Shut up and sit down.
Fingers crossed we're live. Fingers crossed we're live. Yeah. Hello, gang. Colin here, Festa 67's workshop. The Foxter's on his way back. He's just had to quickly nip and sort his mum. Just had a thumbs up from him. So whilst he's sorting himself out, I'll do a little bit of the intro, pimpage, and all of that. So,
back.
Hello, mate. Yes, folks. Yes, yeah, all right, mate. Yeah, the Friday Frolic, folks, with Festa and Foxx. Get the pimpage out of the way, and then I'll say hello to everyone in chat. If you'd like to support this channel, you can do so by heading over to patreon.com/Festa67's workshop, or click the join button below this or any of my other video content. You can also head over to youtube.com/@Festa67 or youtube.com/GuruFoxx. And you can join our channels, become members, ring the bell so you get notified of all our content. Doing that will give you access to the Zoom 24/7 off-air hangout. If you could let me know in the chat the audio and video is coming through fine, because we did have a couple of technical problems before we came on air. Both ends this time. So, yeah, we've both had that pleasure of a Windows update, ain't we, mate? And, yeah.
Oh, God, yeah.
So, if you can just let us know that.
When it's...
Go on.
It's always worth when it's at both ends.
Exactly. So if you let us know in the chat that that's all okay, we can sort that out. I'll have a looky-loo to see who we've got in. Okay, we obviously had myself. Then we got Jeff over at Candygram for Mongo saying hello. Hello, Jeff. How you doing, mate?
If you wish to make an apple pie from scratch, you must first invent the universe.
Good Carl Sagan there, mate.
It wasn't that good today. It was a bit rubbish.
We've got John Alex Scale Modelling saying hello, mate. Hello, John. How you doing, geezer?
Hello.
Graham McRoberts in saying he's feeling a lot better. Happy days. Glad to hear it, mate. That's me saying to John, how are you? And he's saying he's fine and dandy. That was us saying that we just had some audio issues going on, but we seem to be all right.
Oh, yes.
I was just about to say the lovely Marcus Bruns in then. It's like, well, you know, Marcus is lovely at the end of the day. Hello, Marcus. How you doing? Just moving me stomp around to stop me smacking the gun there, because I keep, yeah. Go on.
You're getting Marcus and Marcy conflated then?
I was getting all confuzzed. I was just about to type in 6 hugs for him. I know.
I should do that anyway, now you've said it.
Yeah, it's one of them, mate, isn't it? Andy McLeish is in, says, evening all and sundry. Hello, Andy. Hope you're doing all right, mate. Everyone's saying hello to each other.
Like some kind of bread product.
Yeah, Jeff Lights in, says, hi, Colin Foxx and everyone in chat. Hello, geez. How are you, mate?
Hello.
Guru's in there going, grimly parpitude childers, may your nimbles be cromulent. There you go. Yeah, we won't talk about parpitude.
Probably all real words.
Yeah.
We were, but somebody had to do a great big fart, apparently.
Yeah, apparently so. I wonder who that was. Andy McLeish says, Arsene Wenger, macaque plant, scoffula at model making guru.
Did he actually use the word scrofula in a genuine conversation? That's a first.
Yeah, he did. I am suitably impressed. Have 10 XP, Andy.
No. Yeah, it's not often you get the word scrofula into conversation, really, so quite impressed with that.
Absolutely. Stefan Last is in. He says, good evening. I will be around for a little while tonight and watch the rest tomorrow, like I usually do. Any chance you could make the chat play back to when it's made available as a regular video? It should do, mate.
Yeah, it does do. It takes a little while before it kicks in, but it's usually after about an hour or so you'll get the chat.
Yeah, it should automatically be doing that, mate, because I tend to check to make sure everything's gone through the following morning and the chat loads. So, yeah, it's not anything that's going on, I don't think.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it can put the chat on the left hand, on the right hand side, it can have all the recommended videos and then have the chat underneath.
Yeah, it can drop it down the window,
under the video.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also on mobile, if you scroll along under the window, you'll see a little toggle for live chat. Just click that and it should pop it straight on for you, mate. But yeah, I'll check in a minute on the thing. But yeah, on the settings, chat's always enabled. So yeah. Good evening, Colin Foxx, Gufforn, everyone in chat and the lurkers, says Paul J. Lewis. Hello, Paul. How you doing, mate?
Hello, Paul. Got a new motor.
Joel,
Mama Fox says hello interwebs to all people watching. By the way.
oh, there you go. Joel Gritsin says hi to Marcus and Paul J. Lewis. Graham says he's been away for a little while. What have you built? And Andy McLeish says audio is crystal clear. Video sounds good. Guru, I can't hear you from the bottom of that Warhammer hole you're in. Yeah, he's so far down now.
My hole. Yeah, my hole's twinned with Colin's hole though.
That sounded a bit wrong.
Yeah. Welcome to Fox's hole, twinned with.
Yeah, you realised that as soon as you said that, didn't you, mate?
Yeah, I know. I shall have to go off again in a second. But
yeah, no worries. So, yes, folks, we are stompering again, aren't we, geese?
We are. We certainly are. To answer Graham's question, I've not built a lot lately. I've been working on this and the Lehman Russ with Festa, and other than that, I've not had a chance to build anything lately. So,
absolutely. I'm just going to go in.
Nothing new on my bench, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I'm just going to go in and check that on YouTube just to see whether that's set up all right. But the chat should be enabled. It is every other week, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't go back and watch this through afterwards. So.
No, exactly. Let's check last week's. It's the easiest option. Just check last week's. Yeah, chat's in there. So, yeah, it's a bit odd, isn't it?
Yeah. It can take a little while to kick in sometimes. Sometimes it can take up to 24 hours for it to show with the chat.
I've got last week's there and I've got the chat. There is a feature, though, don't forget. You haven't inadvertently hit the hide chat replay toggle at the bottom of the chat window, have you, mate? Because, that will hide the chat.
Yeah. I know sometimes if it's it doesn't put the chat up until the video is fully processed at all resolutions. Are you doing it up to 1440p?
Yeah, 1440p, yeah.
So it should only take about an hour or so. But sometimes YouTube can get backed up and it can take up 24 hours for a video to fully encode.
Yeah.
So it might still be processing high resolutions. I shall away for a moment. I shall be back momentarily.
Yeah, not a problem, mate. Stefan says, okay, I've missed the chat when catching up with the show, but I'll look more carefully next. It's not a problem, mate. If you're on a PC, just open another window, activate last week's show, and you'll see the chat's in there, mate. I've just literally checked it this end, so yeah. But it can take a little while for it to encode and upload, mate. So, yeah. Everyone's saying audio and video is okay. Don't forget also, folks, what's in the belly? What's on your bench, and what is your beverage of choice on this lovely Friday evening? What you got planned for the weekend? It's bonfire night tomorrow night, so anyone with young kiddies, stay safe and all of that lot, and the rest of us will be cussing the people letting off the fireworks outside the front doors because, it gets old, doesn't it? Graham says, have you heard from Pansy? Yeah, he's away at the moment, Graham. He's seeing some relatives at the moment, mate. So he's off grid. So he'll be back soon, mate. But yeah, he's got to visit some relatives, buddy. So like anyone, when you take a time out, I think he's the same as me. I use a burner phone when I take time out, and I basically drop off of all social media and everything and just recharge. So he could be doing that, mate. What else is going on in the chat there? Everyone's saying hello to Joel. Everyone's saying hello to there. Retro Rabbit is in, saying hello. Hello, Retro. How you doing, geezer?
I'm back.
All right, mate. I'm scrolling up just to see whether
we're steady.
Yeah,
steady now.
Just to see whether I've missed anyone. That's Stefan Last.
Go away for 2 minutes and suddenly you're scrolling up.
Yeah, I know. It's because of you earlier sending me that thing through. I got into the habit of scrolling up. See, that's what it is. Yeah, that's chat caught up with. So how you been, mate?
I've been all right, as usual. It's been a slightly write-off-ish week in terms of getting anything done. But real life it's taken over for the last few months. So each week I try and do stuff, and each week I don't.
Yeah, no, that feeling.
I'm doing all right. Got some things coming up that I need to be doing over the next few days. Some work. for e-models that I'm going to be doing. And other than that,
Yeah.
I'm fine and dandy. How are you, my erstwhile chum?
I'm fine. Yeah, Stefan says, I usually see the chat when catching up with other streams, such as E-Model Show. Perhaps like Fox says, YouTube's a bit slow. Yeah, I am encoding in 1440p. The E-Model shows go out in 1080, mate. Like I say, I've just checked last week's show. I've just checked the Sunday brunch. I've checked all the streams and chats loading. So, yeah, no idea why, mate. Because all we do is use the same settings each week, basically.
Yeah, there's nothing we can do about it. It's a YouTube thing. So
yeah. So
unfortunately.
Yeah. Right.
Right. What are you doing, buddy? How are you doing this week?
Yeah, I'm fine and dandy, mate. I've been doing all the things and creating all the things, and yeah.
And McLeod says, "Big hugs to Mama Wolf." Yay.
Absolutely. Yeah. Mama Wolf, legend.
Yes. What the hell am I painting now? God.
I know. I looked at mine. I'm like, yeah. It's one of them, innit? We sit there looking at it, and it's like, yeah.
Frustrating thing is, like, with these that they are at the minute, there's a lot of people that will get this far, and that'll be as far as they paint it. So.
Absolutely. James is in. JC Bricks and Build saying hello. Hello, James. How you doing?
I don't know if you've done it, but bench and belly.
Yeah, I've done bench and belly
already.
Yeah. 2 secs, mate. I'll get paint. I'll do that in a sec. What's that? Belly, Suvalki, and Musaka. Bench, continuation of A7 Crusader 2. Beverage, he's polishing off a beer before he goes to bed. Happy days.
That's a good way to polish off a beer.
Happy days. Enjoy the beer, Marcus.
Oh, God, yeah. I'm on my big pallet today.
Oh, are you?
Because my little pallet got the mould.
Oh, lamekins.
Because this one isn't airtight, so after about a week, it got mouldy, so I had to throw the thing away. My other little one is airtight, and I thought, it'll be fine, leave it for a couple of weeks. It'll be no problem at all, because the tissue I put in it never goes mouldy. Fortunately, it's gone mouldy, so I've got to go for my big pallet today. Bleh.
Oh,
Bleh. I'm not using the big bits of paper, I'm using my little bits of paper, because...
Nice.
I really should like put them out to dry when I'm not using them, but I always forget.
Yeah, I've not had that issue, mate. So yeah, I find it a bit odd.
Yes.
Yeah.
Copper in 2p pieces, my bum cheeks.
Yeah. There's not an awful lot in there, is there?
No. They're just made of crushed dreams and hungry.
Yeah, little bits of you have died inside, didn't they, mate?
Yeah. What in the name of Satan's chuff rabbit am I going to do with these missiles? What colours am I going to paint them? I've got no idea.
Yeah, it's one of them, isn't it?
Off because I've got no idea what to do with them.
I kind of cheated and went for a base yellow, and then I've winged the rest of it. Oh, there it is.
I mean, I don't know, because theoretically mine should be blue if that's the colour scheme, but then again, missiles wouldn't necessarily be the same colour as the armour. So
everyone's saying big hugs to Mama Fox. Absolutely, mate.
All right.
All the hugs get issued to Mama Fox, or Mama Wolf, should we say.
She's doing very well. She's not had any snoozes for the last 2 days.
Oh, really? Good for her.
Of course, she's dawdled getting out of bed in the morning. So
is she?
At the start of the day. So, yeah, she's been dragging it out a bit.
She's gone back to, I don't want to go.
I don't want to go.
There you go. We'll have a bit of bombage today. Let's move that out of the way.
I need to bite the bullet and do that. Doesn't make any sense, and do the bomb, but I don't know.
There you go. Hopefully the new zoomed in thing is to your liking, folks. We plan on keeping this. It's working. A lot of folks liked it last week, so we're going to keep it.
Yep.
Just as well, because I've been doing all the artwork for all my other streams this week, so they're all migrating over.
Yeah, jolly good. But I think that one should be black. I think these missiles could be a mixture of silver and that one not silver because it's got flame things on it.
Oh, right, yeah.
If I just paint them lead belchers to start with, then I can take it from there, can't I, really?
Yeah.
I'm not going to put any checkers on them because I can't. It's hard enough painting normal things on this. Never mind painting checkers on a bomb that's glued to the side of the... Yeah, it's not going to happen.
What, you mean like I'm doing?
Yeah, but I you clearly hate yourself more than I do. It was all.
Yeah, my first thing I'm doing is painting checkers on a tapered bomb. I must be mad.
Well, no, the thing is, you've got the bombs there in front of you, not having to. They're not actually attached to the arm of the thing.
No.
I've got one missile that's off, so I might put checkers on that one. Maybe I could do it on that one. But yeah, the other ones, not so much.
Yeah.
La, la, la. Let's get some lead belcher on them anyway to start with. And for that, I'm not going to use the wet palette setup, so never mind.
So was you like me this week, Fox, planning everything and nothing actually happened again?
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Many things were planned.
Yeah, I was the same this week. Done my second line because, you know, you like to be kept informed, don't you, when I'm doing these?
Yes, no, it's good. I've got to... Right, what do you say about cleaning these sponges? Just get it in some warm water with a...
I leave mine to soak overnight with a bit of dishwasher soap in there, mate.
Okay, well, I'll put that to one side. Ew, just spurted on myself.
Please tell me that was the wet palette sponge.
Sponge.
You're a sponge. You're made of sponge.
Sponge. Yeah, so, as always, had many things planned this week and none of it happened. Ugh. Always the damn way. But, you know, hey, real life, you can't knock it.
Exactly.
So,
I've been 3D printing terrain rollers all week, mate.
Rollers.
Is what I've been up to.
Is that what you've been up to?
Yeah.
I'm just going to go and put some water in my wet palette, so I'll just be away for 2 seconds.
Yeah, no worries, mate. I'm only cleaning a paintbrush. Wayne's Model Work says checkers are awesome. Thanks, Wayne. Lovely to see you in, mate. Hope you're keeping well. Hope everything's going according to plan in the world of Wayne. Yeah, but look, checkers, get your checkers here, free for £1. Love checkers. Yeah. And I'm doing them on bombs tonight, mate. I must be mad, Wayne. I must be mad. Yeah, I was asked earlier on about me...
quick one here. I'll have to go off again in a sec to get more, but...
My terrain rollers, there you go. Look at that. See, there's a floor. Floor tiles with all detail on them.
I love that idea.
On a terrain roller.
Rollers. You're made of terrain rollers.
And they do just put the handles in each end.
Handles.
Like that. And it's a rolling pin with a spacer.
Yeah, it's a man's rolling pin.
Yeah, that end of that doesn't look very good though, does it? Let's be honest.
No. The thing is, you could use that in baking products. So you could actually make breads and things with actual terrain textures in them.
Oh, orc cakes.
Yeah, you could make you could make an edible cake with like a terrain surface and absolutely.
You got me now.
Yeah, I've got you now, haven't I?
You have.
I got you now. Yeah, so I've had no chance to do anything this week, really.
Yeah, it's all gone a bit Pete Tong in it this week, mate.
Yeah. I've cut that too small. God damn it.
The best laid plans and all of that lot. Retro Rabbit, Belly, Little Caesars Pizza, pepperoni, sausage, mushrooms, onions and green pepper. Drink, Diet Coke, bench, nothing, chore, laundry. Oh, chore. Oh, that's a new one.
Chore of the week. Chore of the week.
I like what he's bought in there. That's yeah.
I did in one of my few downtime moments. I did start playing a new video game.
Oh, what'd you play? Tell me.
I've actually had it for ages. I've just never got around to playing it. I'm playing The Outer Worlds.
Yeah.
Which is a bit like Fallout / Skyrim / kind of sort of thing, but it's sci-fi. And I got it like a couple of years ago. I forgot I'd had it. So
yeah.
I was like, why don't I just play this? Because and it's quite good. I'm quite enjoying it. But like, it's a bit more hardcore than Fallout and stuff. So like, 2 or 3 hours into the game, I have to make a choice.
Yeah. Which
is fine for an RPG, but in proper like Obsidian level of torture to the player, my choice is I won't do any spoilers. So my choice is basically, here are 2 locations. You can either let all the people in this location starve to death and die,
Yeah.
All the people in that location starve to death and die.
Right.
And I'm like,
yeah.
Okay, I'm going to have to sit and think about this one for a while. So I'm literally just sat there on the. I had to do something, and I was sitting there with the button on the screen.
Yeah.
Which one? And I'm like, I'm going to have to think about this for.
Done another 2 lines there, mate. Are you happy?
Oh, get you with your lines. And he means painted lines, not lines of artificial.
Yeah, I see what he did there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I need more parchment paper. So it's like, wow, that game just kicked me in the testicles straight away. And I'm like, I'm not even level 5 yet. I was like, right, now I can see what kind of game this is going to be. Hardcore.
Only reason I'm narrating this week is someone was telling me off last week because I kept doing checkers without telling him.
Well, I was going to like set up a table and watch, but I just kind of got on with it, which is fine. I'm still disturbed by how fast you can do it.
Oh, bless. Thank you. Marcus has put in €11.99 super chat. Off to bed. Great stream. Thank you. Enjoy all. Thank you very, very much yet again, Marcus, for your kindness, mate. Massively appreciated.
Yep.
Sleep well, mate, and love to you and your son. There you go, folks. That is what a super chat is.
Yeah, and you get some air guitar coming up in a minute.
Any minute now, Marcus will get his on-screen air guitar because, and I know he plays along because Ross told me.
Breaking news.
Yeah.
I'm coming to the end of this roll of parchment paper, which I've had for about 6 years.
Bloody hell, mate. I never thought I'd see that.
Yeah, I know. And it's like, it's only 25 meters. It was only 25 meters long. So it's lasted me for like 4 or 5 years. So it's like, wow. Right. So I need to go and put some water in this wet palette and then I can get on some work.
No worries. Happy days.
Waller's in chat. He's not been in chat for a while. Welcome back.
Hello, Bap. How you doing, mate? Lovely to see you in, buddy. Oh, it's nice to see you, Bap. Hope you're keeping well, mate. Love to you and your family. Bit of old school pinstriping going on. And when I do this, I tend to use a really, really long brush. See that? And yeah, it goes against the drain. The drain goes against the drain. Grain even. Hold up, let's check my mids. Yeah, I have taken them.
Do I go out and come back in again?
No, it's words are a bit off, aren't they, mate?
I'm going to take my trousers off. Hang on. Excuse me for a moment.
All right, can I continue?
Go on. Sorry.
Yeah. So I tend to use an old, long, bristled lining brush, a bit like what the pinstripers use, and then you paint right up to the ferrule. It goes against what you're supposed to do, but it gives you such a fine point on your brush. Look how long that is. It lets you turn corners just by twisting the brush as you go around the corner, see? So
that's proper pinstriping technique, that, isn't it?
Yeah, so that's basically why I'm slavering it off the wet palette there, all the way up the brush, constantly loading it just so that I can do one line. So that's how I'm doing me pinstriping, in case you're interested, folks.
Ooh. I'm guessing you used to do proper pinstriping in your motorbike type days.
Yes.
Yeah, I had to go at it once. God, it's hard.
Yeah, I miss it, but I'm lucky today because, as you've noticed, I'm having a bit of a good hands day, see, so I'm able to do reasonably straight lines. So hence why I've gone straight in to do checkers tonight.
Take advantage of strike the fire while the iron's hot or whatever it is.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I can do them. So that's that brush finished with now for the night.
Yeah, proper pinstriping brushes are brilliant, aren't they? They're like, they're so long and floppy, but they're so pointy.
Yeah, I do believe in my old paint box over my garage that I've still got my original set of pinstripe brushes.
Oh, yeah.
And the handles are only about that long, Fox, but the bristles are super massive, you know. And we used to, the easiest way of doing it is, glossy magazines or anything like acetate. That's what you used to put your paint on so that you could get a real long stroke when you was loading the brush.
Oh, yeah, acetate's a good one, isn't it? I used to use that.
But no, we used to do all of that and the gold leaf, and it was fun. I miss it, But yeah.
I didn't get too much of it. I mean, because we were debating when we were doing detailing. My partner at the time, who shall not be named, Hawkspit, he wanted to get into do things like hot rodding and stuff, and I'm like, I have no interest in that. So anyway, Bliss, he wanted to start doing things like that kind of stuff. So he got like a pinstriping set, and we were both trying to sort of get the hang of it, painting like. So we had an old bonnet, and we're trying to paint like flame patterns, and it's like really hard, really hard.
It's proper sniper stuff, you know, on and out breath, pause, hold your breath, paint a line, breathe, you know, it's...
I saw a video of like some old guy in the 50s or 60s working at Rolls-Royce painting the pin. I didn't know this, but like when you got an old Rolls-Royce, the pinstripe down the side was hand-painted.
Yes.
And it's like, just some old guy goes, there you go, done what? And it's like, what? Makes no sense at all. How is that even possible?
Pretty much all Rolls-Royces are done by the one man.
Yeah. Probably called Jeff.
Who spends years and years and years training to learn it.
Yeah. But yes, it was not my forte. I didn't do very well. Now people are going to be screaming at me now because I'm putting metallic paints on a wet palette. Dun, dun, dun.
Shock horror.
Yes, there's absolutely nothing wrong with putting metallics on a wet palette, apart from don't do it when you want to use other colours. I've specifically got this. I'm specifically keeping this little palette now as a metallics wet palette.
Yeah.
Because it only uses tissue. It's only using tissue paper as the sponge now, so it doesn't really matter if the metallics get into the sponge.
Users wandered in and gave me hugs. Hello, Marcy. How you doing?
Yes.
Before Fox asks, suitable hugs have been issued.
Good lad. This is the order of things. I was going to say something. I've got no idea what I was going to say there.
He was on about your business, learning pinstriping and things of that ilk.
Oh yeah, no, I had no interest in it, to be honest.
Yeah.
It was like, I don't mind doing the detailing, but actually doing proper bodywork and stuff and painting, it's far beyond anything I'm that interested in. I wasn't even that interested in the detailing. It was just I was doing it as a job. So,
but everyone jumped on the Boyd Coddington and Chip Foose bandwagon, didn't they? When hot rod programs were on the telly, and everyone suddenly wanted to have their own workshop and be doing it. And
yeah, he was wanting to get into that. And I'm like, I'm not taking this anywhere near as seriously as you are. I just want to come in and do some simple detailing and go home.
Yeah, then people suddenly realise, actually, they make it look easier because they've been doing it for so many years.
Yeah. He's watching all these pinstriping videos and he's got no artistic bent in him. I'm like, I can see where this is going to go. He's going to get me to do it all. It's like, I haven't got any interest in that at all. So I don't think so, mate.
Yeah, you'd get someone who'd want a 5 or 6 layer flame job doing, and you got to intertwine every lick of flame under one, over another, and then pinstripe it all. You sit there and you're like, why did I ever learn this? Yeah.
He was trying to like take advantage of my artistic bent, as it were, and I'm like, you know what? I draw. I don't. If I'm not interested, I don't want to do it. And it's like the worst. One of the worst memories I have is being given a 1977 Pontiac Firebird with white vinyl interior.
Yeah,
beautiful car that had a dirty, great big rip in the seat.
Yeah,
and he fixed the seat. He repaired the rip. And then he had to go off somewhere, so he left me to do the colour matching to basically paint it over. So
Jason Martin's asking, how do I donate? You can either click the join button below and become a channel member for as little as £1 a month. You can become a patron by heading over to patreon.com/Festa67's workshop. Or you can click the $sign next to the little smiley face under where your chat is and bung in a super chat, mate. It all helps keep the content coming, keeps the channel content coming, and helps pay for all the software that we use, and
for all the software that we swear at.
Yeah, it's entirely up to you, Jason. It's your choice, buddy. It all goes straight back into the channel, to keep the content coming, mate. So, yeah. That's what you do, mate.
Mm-hmm.
Dum, da, da, dum, dum, dum. There you go.
Yeah, so he
like
buggers off and says, right, just mix the colour for that repair and just paint it. Because, you know, when you repair a leather seat or something, or vinyl, you repair it and then you have to paint it to make the repair invisible. You basically
That's
paint
right,
over
yeah,
it.
you've got to fade it into the worn leather, haven't you?
Yeah, you get special colours and pigments that you use. And it's like, wait, what? This is like a absolutely factory fresh, 30 miles on the clock, 1977 Pontiac Firebird that's been imported from the US.
Yeah.
And you get me to mix the colour on the... And I don't actually... Oh... So that was probably one of the most stressful days. And I'm like, I need to not do this job anymore.
Yeah, you'd sit there and you'd be like,
I don't mind detailing Joe Schmo's BMW, whatever, that is his rep car, but you know, asking me to do a leather repair when I'm not actually the one that went on the leather repair course. No, thank you.
Yeah, it's one of them. The ones I used to hate, and I had one where it was a flame job, and obviously the person had binned the bike, but rather than do a complete paint job, they kind of wanted us to try to patch it in. And I'm like,
to match somebody else's paint. Oh,
yeah, I'm like, dude, really? You know, the effort required to do that, it's just as easy for me to strip it and completely repaint it. Because, you know, that's an 8-year-old paint job that's been out in the sun. It's been out, Yeah.
We had a guy come in once with soft top Merc. Was it, is it S-Class, S-Series? I don't remember. It's one of the old 70s ones. And it wasn't original, but it was original vintage, you know, 1970s soft top Merc. But he'd had it repainted at some point in the past, but he'd had it repainted with colour shift paint.
Oh, right, yeah.
You know, the one that looks blue at one angle and purple at the other.
Yeah, I know the stuff, I've got a lot of it there, mate.
Yeah, I think it was called Vari-Colour, if I remember correctly. It was a 3M Vari-Colour colour.
Yeah.
And he brought it in. He used to bring it to us for detailing. We'd polish it and stuff, nervously. And because he brought it in one day and he'd had a scratch.
Yeah.
And he says, I know you do like little bits of touch up and stuff and things like that. On the bumpers and things, can you just like sort that scratch out?
Yeah.
And we looked at each other and both looked and went,
yeah. Well, this goes to show you how long I've been doing stuff like that. Like bags of pigment, you know, UV neon blue, green and neon blue. There's a candy apple, and I've still got me little tiny scales where you weigh the pigment out. Old school.
Well, he said, you know, and we said, no, we can't do it. And he says, why not? And I said, it's colour shift paint.
Yeah.
Even if we got the exact colour shift paint that was used on yours, which can be one of a few different versions, even if we got the exact colour shift paint, we can't make it match the paint that's already on that part on that panel because it's going to be laid out differently. It's all got to be painted at the same time. He said, so we'd have to do the whole panel.
Yeah. I just want to quickly interject. Paul D. Tommaso's in. Says, hi, everyone. Just stopped in to say hi. I'm having a hard time with me inner demons. Take care. I'm off. Yes, mate. Well, like I say, you know, stay around, mate. Just sit back and chillax. You don't have to interact, mate. Yeah. And the company will do you good, mate.
Yeah, we'll keep you company.
Yeah, sorry, Fox.
So he said, well, there's no way we can do a patch repair because we can't in any way make the colour match because even if we've got the same paint, it's going to be a different layer of paint on top of it, and it's going to be different. So we'd have to do the whole thing, and it was like a wing.
Yeah.
And then he said, I can do that. So I said, yeah, that's not the problem. The problem then is if we repaint the whole wing, even if we use exactly the same paint, it's not going to match the rest of the car.
Yeah.
Because those vari-colour cars, they're kind of all painted in one go.
Yeah.
Because if you do two different panels differently, then they'll look slightly different at different angles, which doesn't make it...
So you've only got to get that panel at a different angle, and it's not going to contrast the same as the rest of the vehicle.
Yeah, so you'll have like, when you look at the car, you'll have everything will be like a turquoise, apart from that one door, which will be blue, and you'll be like... green. So we said, so basically, what do I have to do? So basically, I have to take it back to Mercedes and get them to paint the whole car.
Yes.
He's like, I might have to live with the scratch on my wing. I said, yep, you might have to.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I didn't mind repainting the whole vehicle because at least I knew that it was done all over and you could match it. Didn't used to bother me, you know. It was a lot easier for a start. And also the customer would be a lot more happy with the end result.
I mean, thankfully I left before we actually properly got into that. We did a couple of things, but I mean, you know, he was no expert at it and I had no interest in it. I didn't know what I was doing. So I'm like, yeah, I'm out now.
Yeah.
Before we got into that properly.
Don't get me wrong. Sorry, go on.
I was going to say, you'll appreciate this. Funniest thing we ever had was a guy that came in with the DeLorean.
Oh.
And he says, can you machine polish it?
Oh, really?
And we're like, why would you want it machine polishing? It's supposed to, it's brushed aluminium.
Yeah, the whole idea, mate. Aluminium, brushed.
Yeah, it's supposed to look scratchy. He went, yeah, but can you, if we machine polish it, you're going to have a shiny car.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
He said, well, what should I buy to maintain it? I said, just wash it. That's all you need to do.
Yeah, that's all you got to do.
You want scratches? Look at your chat.
Yay, there you go. Jason Martin's put in a £2 super chat. He's gone 50. Woo. Bless you. Happy days, Jason. Thank you very, very much, mate, for your donation. Massively appreciated, mate. That, folks, is a super chat. You get yourself a nice big box. You'll get a bit of air guitar in a minute, Jason. It will happen.
Ooh.
It's supposed to anyway, but there is a slight delay. I'll keep an eye out on the tubes to see that it comes up.
Like YouTube standard 30-second delay in it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so he said, what can I get to look after my car? I said, shampoo. Or, you know, shampoo or snow foam. There you go, that's it. All you can do is wash it, mate. He went, oh, okay, it's cheap. Then I went, yeah, I know, bye. Because we're like, yeah, we can't make any money off you. I said, bye.
Well, that's all you can do in that situation at the end of the day, mate, is,
be honest. So, yeah, well, no point machine polishing that, mate.
Why ain't the widgets kicking in tonight?
It could be YouTube. Or it could be Streamlabs not sending the information. It does that sometimes.
Yeah. Should have come through by now.
I know sometimes they don't work if Streamlabs are doing maintenance on their servers.
Yeah. Let's have a looky loo.
A looky loo. How do you do?
Here you go.
I don't like painting missiles just silver, but...
La 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 la. Yeah. Just reset it and it'll... Hopefully alerts will start working now. Yeah, it's all part of the wonderful Windows and Slobs updates that have been coming through today. It's like, yeah, let's turn off all these user-activated toggles. Yeah.
Yeah, remember that day when you set that thing to work? Yeah, it's not there anymore. Yay, thanks.
My bad, but yeah.
There
you go.
So that one can be black.
Checkers, get your checkers here, $3 for £1.
Oh, get you with your speed checkering.
You'll get used to us too, folks, because we've been we have been mocking each other a bit this week, mate, haven't we?
Oh God, always are.
Yeah, this is me paying him back because a certain person may have sent me a message earlier about this year's Christmas Games Workshop figure, and it's like, yeah, I could see what he did.
Yeah.
Did you know I've signed up for their newsletter and I did tick the box that said include Forge World?
Yeah, well, that's you have to do that for some of the offers, the competitions and giveaways they have anyway. So I never did win that entire range of 10 packs of Deathcore and everything else. I'm like, God damn it.
I had my fingers crossed for you there, soldier.
And then, can you imagine painting 10 packs of Deathcore Kill Team dudes?
Oh, yeah, that would be fun.
Yeah, it'd be fun, but you would be dead by the end of it.
Paul Lewis, belly chicken curry, earlier he says. Our Dennis's course patty with toast in a few minutes. Bench Edward 148 MI224D Eind D-Attack helicopter. View. Ooh. Beverage, don't faint. Not beer. White wine for a change. Ew.
Right.
Cuthbert, are we having wine?
Is that white fine?
Yeah.
One is drinking it in the house.
Yeah. Have we got our smoking jacket on, perchance? It would be.
Somebody pressed the Rupert mode button, didn't they? I think.
Yeah, that's proper pims and wicker hamper basket,
unless
isn't it?
Unless it's like flipping Lambrini. Which case,
yeah.
You get a pass on that.
Yeah.
Are you a Lambrini girl? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's like, yeah. was Blue Nun a wine?
Yep, that was white wine.
Yeah.
I always remember watching a video where, I can't remember what the program was, but they basically went to Germany.
Yeah.
And they interviewed just lots and lots of people on the street in Germany.
Yeah.
And basically said, and took a bottles of, and they were basically doing a taste test with Blue Nun wine.
Yeah.
You got all these German citizens walking around, and they're like, "Do you know what this wine is?" Because it's a German wine.
Yeah.
And all of the Germans hated it, and they were like, "It's called Blue Nun," and they're all like, "What's Blue Nun?" It's a German wine. They're like, "No, we wouldn't drink that shit.
Yeah.
We would never put that in our mouth."
Yeah, this is marketed in the UK as a German white wine. They're like,
and they're all like, "No, not a chance."
Yeah.
That's the worst thing I've ever tasted.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit like Baby Sham and Du Bonnet, wasn't it? Do you remember?
Oh, do you know, when I was a kid, not a little kid, but when I was a kid, the Christmas tradition for me with Christmas dinner was a little bottle of Baby Sham.
Oh,
really? I was only like, from when
Yeah.
I was about, I don't know, maybe 7 or 8 or something, just at Christmas,
Yeah.
I was allowed a bottle of Baby Sham with my Christmas dinner.
Yeah.
And I thought it was the best thing ever because I was like 7 and I was drinking hardcore alcohol. It wasn't, obviously, it was just.
I remember my mum used to drink this yellow stuff in a bottle. And I've got no idea what it was.
Oh, the stuff with eggs.
Yeah, and it looked absolutely minging.
It's got a stupid name and I can't remember what it was.
And she used to drink that. By Christ, Fox, did she used to get Brahms and Liszt on that stuff with mixing it with vodkas and, oh, mate.
What was it? I can't think of the word. It's got a really weird name with a G in it somewhere that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. It's like, yeah.
Probably had a Poncy French name.
New Year's Eve wasn't New Year's Eve if my mum weren't dancing on the kitchen table.
No. New Year's Eve for us, we always went round to our neighbours next door, which was Auntie Joan and Uncle Charlie. They weren't actually related, but we just called them Auntie Joan and Uncle Charlie.
Yeah.
And Uncle Charlie was an old army type. He looked and sounded a bit like Captain Mannering.
Oh, right,
He never got to that rank. He was more an NCO.
Yeah.
So he was like the poor man's Captain Mannering.
Yeah.
And Auntie Joan was just big and jolly. Yeah. And it was always like he'd have a snifter of brandy. And all the neighbours would go round and they'd all have a kind of. It was usually like either some strange beer that you'd never heard of that had like a hussar and a horse on the back of a horse. Or like tenants.
Andy McLeish has just put a £2 super chat in going, Baby Sham, you should get a bit of on-screen air guitar this time because I've just had a ring in my ear.
Baby
so
Sham,
it should happen.
Made of babies.
I'll just have a looky-loo at YouTube just to make sure it does because, there you go. It's working now.
Yeah.
Hey, tell Slobs to talk to YouTube and it talks.
Mm-hmm. It's funny, that, isn't it?
Yeah. Please, Microsoft, when you do updates, stop changing all our bloody software to...
You slaves. You slaves.
Mug. You're a mug, ain't ya? You're mugs.
Right, mug.
Yeah, and the bubble fox. I don't know whether to keep them yellow and black or whether to do them white and black. What do you think?
Do which bits?
These stripes, the checker bits. Do I keep them yellow and black or do I do them white and black? What do you reckon?
I don't know, actually. I mean, white and black's more visually arresting, but yellow and black's more in keeping with your theme. I don't know, but yellow and black is more in keeping with your theme. Or here's an idea. Why don't you do a few glaze coats of yellow over the whole thing so that the black becomes a very dark yellow?
That's a good shout.
So it looks like with your pretend Lamenter's yellow.
Yeah.
It'll make the yellow very bright, though, so
yeah.
You might want to then dry brush over it with some kind of misty pastel yellow later.
Yeah.
The white wine is a Reserve Semillon, free bottle from my wine club. Yeah, maybe shouldn't have mentioned that last bit. Oh well. So Paul J. Lewis is proper middle class suburban good life type.
Yeah. Usually saying eggnog is good stuff. all on its own. That might be it. Eggnog, was it that, or Brit-Vic, was it, or something?
No, there's a proper drink you get in bottles, and it's like yellow.
Yeah.
I can't remember what it actually is. It's not. It's like an alcoholic beverage. It's not eggnog, but it's
Walnix.
It's called not Almontillado. That's not at all. That's a sherry.
Walnix Advocat, was it?
Oh, it might be Advocat.
Yeah.
Mew says, but time to go back to work later. All.
Take care, Muse. Lovely to see you in, darling.
Did you read Paul Lewis's Bench and Belly? If not, I'll do it.
No, I didn't, mate. Okay. I didn't.
He says belly chicken curry earlier. Ardennes course pâté. He's eating pâté as well.
Yeah.
And Ardennes course pâté with toast in a few minutes. Oh, you've done that one. Yeah, he's got the hand attack helicopter.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, because I stupidly called it Dennis's patty, didn't I?
It's patty. It's our Dennis.
It's our Dennis's, isn't it? It's our Dennis. You know, Dennis, that bloke over there. You know, Dennis.
Don't you ever change?
Oh, mate, honestly.
You ne'er do well.
Oh, me.
Am I going to paint? No, I know I'm going to paint this. I need a clippy stick or a clippy clip. What's easier? Let's go for a clamp.
Mind you, all my other checkers are black and white, aren't they? Is that going to look odd? Let's have a look. Have you a bit of that checkers? Get your checkers in.
Yeah, if you do a yellow glaze, then I'd say after you've done that, go over with a dry brush of say the Dawn Yellow or something very, very faint, just to soften it so it's not quite so bold. Pastel it down a bit.
Yeah. And then I can
I
always
did the white on my blue ones.
Yeah, I can always, what's his name? It can't I go over it with a bit of sponge, fade it down a little bit. I don't want to chip it because it's a bomb. It's brand new, isn't it? So
yeah, I'm not going to do any weathering on. I'm going to do like a shade on them to like get some shadow, but I'm not going to do any weathering on my bombs because they're not supposed to last that long.
And he says, baby sham made with 100% Bambi because the logo is a Bambi. Absolutely,
Bambi.
Mate.
Yep.
Absolutely, folks. I
thought I was dead grown up being allowed to drink a baby sham at Christmas.
Yeah.
Christmas dinner. You get like a 6-pack, so I'd have like one a night until they ran out.
Oh yeah, it got to be done. Got to be done.
Never mind the fact that when I was like 7 years old, I was allowed when I went to bed, I was allowed a can of Shandy Pilsner every night, and so I'd sit in bed drinking my can of Shandy Pilsner and having like a packet of prawn cocktail crisps and a Turkish delight. That was my bedtime treat.
Happy days.
I've no idea how my parents were doing that kind of thinking process.
Hey, mate, at the end of the day, yeah.
But they got me Shandy Bass once and I hated it. I don't want that ever again. I want Shandy Pilsner.
I used to love it when we had a cold because you get the whiskey toddy.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like,
We dram.
Yeah. Yeah, your mum would come up, go, there you go, lad. Made you a cup of tea and you had a little hit of whiskey in it.
Yeah.
God, I'd probably get arrested for that now, wouldn't you, as a parent?
Oh, God, yeah. Parents in them days, it was a hard life, so they just give you alcohol to keep you quiet. There you go, shut up.
Oh, yeah, if you had a toothache, come here, bit of rum, rubbed it on your gum. It's like, oh, really? Happy days.
Happy days. It's like, why are so many people alcoholics? Did you grow up in the 70s? There you go, then.
Yeah. That was the answer to everything. You couldn't sleep. Have some of this. This will help you sleep. Yeah, 14 hours later, you woke up with a banging headache, not knowing why. It's like,
vaguely knowing who you were and where you were.
Yeah, getting roofied at 8 years old by your parents. It's like,
Yeah.
I now get roofied by the missus. So, nothing's really changed for me, Fox, is it really?
It's quite funny sometimes, like Colin and I will be having a conversation on Facebook Messenger chat about, something or other, whatever. And we'll be talking away, and sometimes I know when he's like having a bit of a rest or whatever, having some food and dinner because it goes quiet for a bit. But sometimes the conversation will just stop, and then I won't hear from him for the rest of the day. And I'm like, somebody's been roofied.
Yeah, I'm just sitting here having a cup of tea, Fox, with me dinner, and then 8 hours later, he's like, "You all right, dude?" Yeah. Guess what? Guess who made the tea? Yeah. It's lethal, isn't it?
You can get the clues, like if Festa's like been saying that he's not slept well, and the next minute he's just gone. You're like, you've had the horse pill. Yeah,
that's what happened to me earlier, mate, because I hadn't slept for a couple of days again, and H comes home. Oh, you're still up, love? Yeah, mate. Oh,
yeah, not for long.
I'll head off in a bit and try again to see if I can have a nap. Would you like a cup of tea, love? Oh, yeah. 4 hours later, I wake up in the chair with the cup hanging off my finger, and I'm like, "You're bad, you are."
It's just like, oh, I'm not getting in a plane, fool. Okay, have this hamburger. Okay.
Yeah. And it's like, yeah. And she just sits there smirking at me. It's like, yeah, you're evil.
Yeah, she knows how it works.
Yeah. This isn't my missus messing about, by the way. This has all been cleared with my GP. Just in case you think I'm getting abused by my dear wife. It's all part of it. She's not just giving him like random horse pills off the street. This is stuff that the GP knows about. You know, it's part of a armoury as me carer.
Yeah.
So it's all controlled, just in case you're worried.
Yeah.
They're probably not. They're probably going, yeah, go H.
Yeah, but I just know that when your GP was there saying, right, we're going to give you these things, and your missus is going, wait, you're going to give me things that knock him out.
Yeah.
My husband who's like a child, is the bane of my existence, and you're giving me things to knock him out. Happy days.
Yeah, this hyperactive man-child. Yeah, you mean to say I could put him asleep for 6 hours and have some peace and get the remotes off of him?
She's like, get in.
Mate, honestly, you could do it. It was like a set of maracas, mate, her ankles clicking together as she walked out of it.
She's like, get in.
Yeah, she's like, yeah. Yeah. Bless her. It's so cruel. It really is.
Yeah, but it's funny.
Oh, yeah. She's got it sussed, mate. She's not daft.
Of course.
Right, so a bit of that.
I don't know what I'm doing with these missiles. I'm just kind of making it up as I go along.
Same here, mate. To be honest with you, this is the biggest blag to date yet doing this. It's just like, yeah.
I really, I've got no clue what. I'm not going with any kind of plan. I'm just painting things silver and hoping that I can figure out which bits to paint around it. And
if you remember last week, I sat here and said, yeah, next week, Fox, I'm going to be focusing on the head. How much of the head have I painted tonight?
Oh, yeah, my head's had the least work on it.
Yeah.
I mean, I think for my missiles that are already glued onto the arm, I think that they may be mostly silver because...
Yeah.
Or flat coloured. No complicated patterns. I'll put some decals on later. McLeish says, Lewis, middle-class nonsense, Ponzi nonsense. Jeff Light says, Advocar, that's the one.
That's
Advocar with 2 A's and a T. Paul Lewis says, it helps to dig me out of that middle-class hole. I'm also a member of a beer club.
Oh, good man.
Beer club, you say? Ooh. It's called, Tesco's.
So we did that.
The local off-licence is my beer club.
Party Sevens. I used to love them.
Rabbit says, with December Ween fast approaching, what are some Fox/Festa holiday traditions that help make the season special? Alcohol. When you get to our age, it's alcohol.
Yeah, I'm teetotal.
Except not in Colin's case.
Yeah, I used to like a brandy and a cigar Christmas Day after me Christmas dinner.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously I stopped smoking and I'm teetotal now, so I don't do that. But no, for me, I switch off now at Christmas. I used to stream a lot over Christmas, but the last year I took the week out. And I must admit, it was nice just to have a bit of family time, recharge. So I'll probably do the same this year.
Yeah. I mean,
last year was great, wasn't it? Because Friday Frolic was New Year's Eve, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was good, though.
That was a good crack, that was, wasn't it? But,
was a good crack.
Yeah, if you want us to do a Frolic, we'll do a late-night Frolic. But again, it depends on caring for Mama Fox and a real life for Fox, because... it's family time for Fox as well.
Yes.
So we'll see. We'll see what's planned. But yeah, it used to be brandy and a cigar. I'm doing an alternate Christmas speech this year that I'm going to be filming. So you've got the King's first speech this year. Well, I'm doing the alternate one, and that'll be going out on my channel at about 4 p.m.
So you're doing the Queen's speech then?
Yeah, see what it did there. So, yeah. So it's just a goof, just a giggle.
Yep.
But, yeah, other than that, not really a lot, mate, is there?
No, I mean, we had traditions when we were kids, but, my brothers haven't lived here for 30 or 35 years. So I'm not a kid anymore. When I stopped getting toys as Christmas presents, Christmas just became, whatever.
Yeah, last year was his first year. God, did he sulk?
What?
Yeah, last year was your first year without toys, wasn't it? And by Christ, did you sulk?
Yeah, because I'm only 7.
Yeah, I wanted the bendy Stretch Armstrong. Yeah.
I wanted the Evil Knievel with the truck
I used to love Evil Knievel. It was great fun.
Yeah. I had the touring truck.
Yeah. I had that and $6 Million Man.
Yep, I had that. I had the $6 Million Man space rocket.
Yeah, same here. Operating theatre and space rocket, yeah. And Oscar Goldman and his exploding briefcase. I had that. Yeah,
and did you have Oscar Goldman and the mask Oscar Goldman as well?
Yeah, Maskatron, yeah.
Maskatron, that's that.
Yeah, I had that.
Maskatron.
Yeah.
And so like once there was no longer of the age to get cool toys and things, Christmas just became, it wasn't even like a big family thing, because really up until Mama Fox got sick and obviously Chocolate Velociraptor, really over Christmas it's just me and Mama Wolf. I keep saying Mama Fox, me and Mama Wolf, and then like my brother who lives down south will bring his family over for one of the days, maybe. My other brother lives in the US, so he doesn't really get to visit at Christmas. And it used to be they'd pop over for a few days out of the week, but as Mama Wolf got older, it was more a case of they just come for one of the days because she couldn't do a lot. But we didn't see him last year and the year before, so I don't think we'll see him this year because of Chocolate Velociraptor and everything else.
Yeah.
So there's no real traditions here. I mean, the only traditions we had were like, we'd all get our presents in a pillowcase.
Yeah.
We'd all have our specific seat or sofa or chair where our pillowcase would be. Mine was always on the big settee. I would always be the first to get up because I was the youngest, so I'd get up and get everybody else up. And then we'd all sit on the top of the stairs while my middle brother, who was like the nerd and the engineer and the boring one, would have to go and have a proper wash and go in the bathroom and take half an hour to have a wash. And I'd be like going, toys! Torture.
Yeah.
Torture. It's child abuse, that one.
Jason says, hey, Festa, would you ever include a Studio 27 update kit? For what, mate?
It's a Studio 27 update kit.
Yeah, for what, mate? Is that the Eagle Transporter you're on about? Or is it a car build you're on about, buddy? Let us know.
What is it? Yeah,
it's like a detail upset, decals and things of that ilk. But
I've never heard that.
Curious as to what it's for. What he was on about there, mate.
Yes. And then we'd all sit there and open our presents, and then Dad, being Scottish, would have to make, for the one day of the year, he'd have to make porridge for everybody.
Yeah.
Proper Quaker porridge oats. And then that was it. Then I'd play my toys all day, and we'd have dinner. We always had Christmas dinner about 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah.
To watch the Queen's speech. I don't know why. No, I don't really have any traditions anymore.
No.
Just me and Mama Fox here, so.
No, I think we had more Christmas traditions when I got married and had kids of my own, because, not going into too much detail, but we used to spend most of our Christmas hiding because, the old man was home. So, it was like,
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, Christmas is all about kids. When you've not got, kids around, it's not really.
Yeah, when I got older and had kids of my own, it was, well, as you can imagine, I'm a big child anyway. It was a bit of a madhouse. It really was.
Yeah.
Because,
Oh, yeah. And there was always, one of the tradition wasn't our household tradition, but our, like, avenue tradition was that, like, on Christmas Day, you'd always hear the sound of all the kids playing outside with all the new bikes and stuff.
Yeah.
But the thing is, that's in the 70s when there were like 7 different families on the street that had kids. Nowadays, nobody plays out on the street because there aren't any kids around here.
No, it's really changed, isn't it?
Yeah, well, there are some kids, but they don't play out.
Yeah.
They don't play out on the street anymore.
Yeah.
So.
Well, it's probably because they're all sat behind a PlayStation or Xbox now, isn't they? Is that the difference, Fox? You know, I mean, I noticed that started changing when all the Atari consoles came out and that, because you got games, didn't you? You'd be up in your room playing games. You know?
Well, I don't know. I mean, we were of that era, but we still played out on the street all the time.
Oh, absolutely.
I think in those days, in the 70s here, it was like there really were like a whole number of families with kids the same age.
Yeah.
Whereas now I can think of, like, my neighbour's got 2 kids, 2 lads.
Yeah.
One's 9 and one's about a year old. I think the next door but one's with the stupid dog that never shuts up that I can't stand. They've got a baby or like a 1 to 2 year old.
Oh, right. Yeah.
But there aren't, and then there's like a couple of families where they've got teenage boys. But other than that, there aren't any like families with kids where they would be of the age of playing out on the street anyway. And I don't think really kids would play it. Like you say, they don't really play out on the street anymore anyway.
Nah.
You know, we'd be in the field, we'd go to the field, we'd climb up the trees, we'd go wandering around all around the area. No, it's not like that anymore. Kids today, get off my lawn. Oh, Flash Gordon.
Gordon's alive.
Like the old Flash Gordon cereal, black and white shit. You remember?
Yeah. Give that a bit of a stir. EC Idaho's saying, hey, evening all. Hello, EC. How you doing, buddy?
Good evening, Bradley.
How you doing, mate? Hope you're keeping well. He says, hi to Edward and Paul, just building a Lego Aston Martin DB5. Squishy alert, Edward Leonard's in.
Hang on, I've got to move my thing for that. Ready?
Yeah.
But tonight you get a bonus. Because tonight you get a bonus shrimp.
We get shrimp. Oh, gotta have shrimp.
Here's the funny thing, right? I've even got Mama Fox doing the shrimp. This may make no sense, but when she was very ill and struggled with memory stuff, we renamed all the tablets.
Yeah.
And one of them, I won't tell you what the tablet is, but we renamed it to Diplodocus.
Yeah.
You know what pill that is.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So one of the routines we have now is that, like, I do little memory tests for every now and then. One of them is just sit there and go like that. What's that? I say, what's this pill? And she'd be like, and I'd be like, I'd do that. And I say, what's that?
Yeah.
And she'd go, Diplodocus. It's like a Diplodocus. So now I do that. And I say, what's that? Shrimp. She's got shrimp now.
Let's get the grab her of goodness to retrieve my paintbrush. Is it gone?
There we go. Things on the carpet. And eject. Are you throwing things around again?
Yeah, I had a paintbrush in my hand and then I didn't. There it is. Normal service has resumed.
I remember those halcyon days when I used to have a paintbrush in my hand.
Have I missed anyone else in the chat? Yeah. Edward says, yeah. I Festa and Foxx. Part of a Guggen and cheers. I don't know why. Okay. Yeah. Retro says either someone's mixing paint or they've got a wicked case of the toots. It was me, mate, just off camera, over there behind that cup under me Hoover. I've got a Vortex paint mixer.
I don't want to give any secrets away, but if you ever wondered what the secret is behind the UVB76 Soviet channel, it's Colin.
Yeah. Say, just behind there, mate, see it?
You are the buzzer, the Soviet Dead Man's Hand channel, aren't you?
There you go. So, yeah, it's just my little paint shaker. Apologies, mate, because literally my Yeti microphone is there, right above it. So, yeah.
Yeti, you say. Yeti, you say. Ooh.
Yeti, get your Yetis here. Yeti.
Big fat Yeti.
He's a big fat Yeti.
Is that a gun on top of a bomb? Is that a gun or is that a camera? What? I've just realised there's on top of this bomb. There's something that I can't. I've just realised it could be a bolter, or it could be a camera. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, it's something in it.
Yeah, I was about to paint it. Hang on a minute. I've never really looked at it properly. It's like that cannot. No, it's going to be a camera. It can't be a gun.
Yeah, it's one of them. Yeah, that's all I did. I painted it silver. It's like, I don't know what it is. I'm going to paint it silver for now and come back to it later.
Yeah. We'll worry about it later.
and then Google everyone else's just to see what they've painted it as. Yeah.
How many times have you gone onto Google to look at how to paint, what colour something should be because you can't see it in the instructions?
Yeah. Many times, mate.
Many.
More so with the Warhammer stuff, to be honest with you, because I do like to see other people's ideas on the same builds.
Yeah.
You know, we hit on an idea, don't we? And we start rolling with it. And me and you are quite similar. We don't do a search until we've actually decided on our paint scheme.
Yeah.
And then once we've decided on it and we've started to execute it, then we go and look at other people's work. And normally we then go, oh, wish I'd done that. But, yeah.
I mean, sometimes I'll get stuck for a paint scheme and I'll be like, I'll just go and look at other people's work just to get some ideas. I wouldn't necessarily rip somebody's off, but I might get ideas from something. That was way too thin, that paint. Oh, well. It was a bit too wet palette. Right, so...
Oh, let's turn that round because I seem to have smacked my camera again. I do apologise.
Smack your camera up.
He says, my vortex mixer, the paint stays still and the house vibrates round it. Yeah. Yeah, you're not far off, mate. They are brilliant, though, because I do have a history of shaking paint, the paint releasing, and me finding it many months later. So, yeah.
Paul likes to shake it.
See what he did there.
I can't believe I'm about to use my other wet palette, and I'm probably going to use like about one colour on it, but never mind.
Oh, that sounds so wrong.
That's why I put it right next to the microphone, just for you. I'm going to go and change my water. Cheers, Dave. Change my water one back in 1 sec.
Yeah, no worries, mate. All right, that's just... Edward saying the retro still needs to put a couple of balls in each pot. Laugh out loud. Yeah. It's the in joke, Dave and his paintballs. Bless him. Yeah, it's funny. I stream a lot of times with another fella, Dangerous Dave, as I call him, and he has a habit of rattling or shaking his paint with his paintballs right under his studio mic, and of course it picks it up really loud, and we've all said to him many times, Dave, you need to calibrate your mic. But yeah, bless him. Many
Mahoney.
So I usually say to him, don't ever change, Dave. Do you want to do that right under the microphone so everyone gets irritated?
Yeah.
And he sits there, what?
If you do something noisy, try not to do it near the microphone.
Yeah, it is funny.
I've realised I've put my camera there, right?
Yeah.
And unfortunately, it's right in the path of my arm to grab anything of my paints or brushes that are over there. It's
I did that with my Yeti. It's right there, really, and of course, all my drinks are right behind it, and it's like,
Yeah. I'm like, oh, for crying out loud.
It's on the list of 2023 things to move around in the bench is have the boom arm for the Yeti mounted somewhere differently so that it's...
Boom arm.
Yeah.
I think what I'm going to do is on this missile here.
You go careful with this thinking, mate.
I'm going to paint it Thunderhawk blue. Thunderhawk, not Thunderorg. Thunderhawk blue. And then I should do some checkers in a lighter blue.
Oh, you're good.
And then I shall decide it looks terrible and just go home and cry.
There you go. Ohms.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to painting them. Painting these missiles is so much easier when you can actually hold the missile in your hand and not have to manhandle an entire walk stomper.
Yeah, we both discovered that. It's like, why did we put them arms on?
Why?
Yeah.
Next time I say I've got an idea, just shoot me or something.
Adam said that to me. He was on the Prime show with me the other week. He said, here, Cole. He said, I'm doing the Orc Stomper. He said, any tips? I went, yeah. Don't glue the bloody arms on.
Yeah.
That was it. It's like, he says, is that it? I went, yeah.
Yeah.
Advised that. I said, you'll regret it instantly. Just don't do it. Do you know, I am tempted to super up paint checkers.
Does the boy never, ever watch our content? Clearly, doesn't he? We should not talk of him anymore if he's not.
Yeah. I'm tempted Yeah.
Go on.
I'm going to do it, but without telling you.
Oh.
Yeah. Just to see whether you pick up on it later on. I'm going to tell you where I'm going to do, when I'm going to do it, but it will happen. James says, random thing to ask. Does anyone know how to get a Facebook account back when an email, password and everything has changed? Yeah, contact them direct, mate.
Yeah.
You then have to go through several verification bits and pieces, and then they'll reactivate it, mate.
Yep.
So, yeah, that's the easiest way, James.
Yes, I won't know what you've done till I see the photographs.
Yeah.
But, yes. But, yes, I look forward to seeing something.
Yeah,
I
didn't do photos last week because I didn't think there was that much to photograph, so I didn't bother.
Well, I just did a little close-up. I can't remember what I did. I think I just did a couple of little shots of the bits that I'd done. Yeah. But I waited till I had the Lehman Russ as well, so I just did both.
Yeah, I posted Lehman Russ.
Yes.
Because obviously we painted a red stripe, a red and white stripe, and it was, yeah, you can see what I've done there.
Now, I have to admit, you know that the new tank that's come out, the Revell Dawn?
Oh, yeah, I love that.
It looks really good, but I'm a little bit disappointed because the other day in the 24/7 Hangout chat, the Facebook chat group for the Zoom 24/7 Hangout, which you can get access to if you become a patron or a channel member.
Good segue. Oh, dude. Brilliant segue.
Reynolds put a photograph up, and it was the Revell Dawn shot from above next to a Baneblade, next to a Lehman Russ. And it looked massive.
Yeah.
It looked about a third, like 2/3 of a Baneblade. I'm like, oh, I'm all up for that business straight there. Get it, put it in my veins, just inject it and give it, I want it. But then an official picture came out and it's like, oh, it's actually not that much bigger than the Lehman Russ. Oh, in lengthwise, it's like, oh, okay.
Oh,
it's
really?
Like
oh, that's a bit.
It's not quite as big as it looked in that photograph. I'm like, oh.
Do you know the thing that did annoy me about it? And this is going to sound really quite nitpicky, isn't it? Kind of wish the sponsons were, at
the back, not the front.
Yeah, further back, If I did get it, I'd have to get the saw out, mate.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of forward sponsons. I prefer my sponsons at the back.
Yeah.
So I do agree. When I first saw it, I didn't like the fact you could see all the bogies with the wheels.
Yeah.
But then I realised when you see a shot of the other side, they've actually got the cover on it, like on the Baneblade with the little bits on the bottom.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, so the cover's actually optional, so you can have the bogey showing. And oh, I like that. I'm putting the cover on every time, right? But so that's quite nice. They give you the choice. But yeah, I wasn't keen on the sponsors being at the front loaded.
They're on about Edward's saying about just ring them up. Yeah, there is a UK number, James. But a lot of the time you can do it online. I know when mine got hacked, I did it online.
Yeah.
But they will want verification, so an active email, give them that, a mobile number, so that they can then message your mobile with a one time over the air passcode, and
they'll probably also want a photograph of your driving license or passport.
Yeah,
because they did that when they suspended mine a couple of times because they thought my name was made up.
Yeah.
I had to send a proof of my name, like a photograph of my driver's license and stuff, which is fine,
Yeah.
That was fun.
Hopefully it's nothing sinister that you've gone through there, James, but... Yeah, a bit of this going on.
A little bit of this. I'm starving.
Yeah, I ain't Marvin tonight. I've got spicy wings and that next door again. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, I had for my dinner today. I had it a little bit early. We had curry last night.
Oh.
Mama Fox wanted a chicken korma, so I got some curry.
Yeah.
I've my local takeaway curry. They've started doing, or rather, the one I've just found recently. They do this lamb aloo, just lamb spinach curry.
Oh, right, yeah.
It's really nice.
Nice one.
So I have that, and Mama Wolf has her chicken korma, but she only has a bit of it, so I have the rest and dump it in my mind. So I ate loads of that last night, and then of course there was still half a ton of it left. So I was like, you know what? I'll have that for my dinner tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's always the correct thing to do. That. Okay, so that's there.
Oh yeah, you got to do it, mate.
Yeah. What should I do with these?
Cast a bit of that.
I think. I try not to, but I think.
Yeah, Facebook is one of them. You know, it's sometimes your browser might have the password stored in it, James. Go into your browser settings and go into advanced and see whether you've got the password installed.
Yep. I also strongly
saved.
recommend getting a password manager software.
Yeah.
I'm not going to tell you which one I've got because I'm not sponsored by anybody, so they don't get my sponsorship.
Same here. But
yep.
Yeah, it's all encrypted. Yeah.
I've got a password software on my iPad, on my phone. I don't know, it's on my phone. I think it is, and it's invaluable. It's absolutely invaluable for signing in. It's just like, wow.
Is that the one that generates really random, obscure, and highly advanced passcodes by chance?
It can do random strings of letters, numbers, and symbols. It can do ones with memorable words. You can have like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 words.
Yeah, it is good, isn't it?
Yeah. I think most of them do that, but yeah, it's saved my life so many times.
It's invaluable, especially nowadays.
Yeah, it's got some quirks. It's not perfect, but it's a lot better than just having like random memories of things. Having all your passwords in Chrome and stuff like that.
Yeah. How many people still save their passwords to a file on their desktop? Passwords. Or
add them as like contacts in their mobile phone.
Yeah, it's like PA55 WRD. Yeah.
And I was quite chuffed as well that the password for my password software, as in the password to sign into it, is a word that exists, right? But it does not exist on the internet, which makes me really happy because I Googled it. It is a word that exists. It's a word that's been used in a certain place once. It's just not on the internet. I'm like, brilliant. So nobody's ever going to get that. Fantastic. Brilliant.
Edward Leonard says, he said they'll want all your information and a sperm sample. Yeah, you're not far wrong.
Did you just say sperm?
I did, didn't I?
I think you have to contractually obliged to say it close into the microphone. I love the word sperm. It's such a great word. I love it. It is one of the best words in the English language. I
don't worry about you, Fox.
There are some words like berm is a great word. It's very similar.
Bottom.
Berm's a brilliant word. Squish. Twiglet.
Styria.
There's some brilliant words in the English language. I apologise if all you're seeing is the back of my head and stuff today, but I'm painting these things and you get what you're given. So there you go.
Is that a wibble?
No, I'm just saying.
No, I can't see the back of your head.
Good. You're probably seeing the underside of this stomper a lot.
Yeah.
Again.
Yeah.
The things we're painting, you get what you're given.
I don't think I've painted the underside of mine yet. I can't remember. I shall do that.
I've just done it a basic rust colour. So.
That's pretty much all it's going to be under there. So.
Well, I think once I've finished everything, what I'll do is the last thing I'll do off camera when I've done all the painting, I've done all the decals, all the weathering and everything else, the very last thing I'll do off camera is I'll just go in and airbrush some Tamiya buff down at the very bottom layers.
Yeah.
Just to get that kind of dirt effect.
Yeah, just mist dirt and detritus around it.
Yeah, I mean, there'll be other stuff on there as well, but that'll just be the final touch. Will be a very light mist coat of Tamiya buff just to get that kind of... It's hard to explain, but it's a kind of classic weathering technique, Tamiya buff.
Yeah, it's a bit like road dirt, isn't it?
Yeah, and it works perfectly on dark grey vehicles, especially German grey vehicles.
Retro Rabbit says, "Oh, Stomper underbits, naughty." Oh, yes. You want to see under my Stomper?
The seamy underbelly of the Stomper.
It's got an underbelly.
I like when there's a hatch in the bottom as well.
Oh, that's what I was after.
A hatch for the getting out of.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you've got to have an escape hatch. Hatch. Get your hatch here.
La 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 la. Now, if you're having a bad day and you're in the pram,
yes,
and you were desperate to leave your mother-in-law's house or something, and H had to quickly remove you from the premises, would that be an escape 8?
It would be, yeah. Hello,
that
Josh.
That was a long journey for a minimal payoff, wasn't it?
That was, mate, yeah. Josh is in from Revell.Monogram Designs, saying what's going on, guys.
Hey, Josh.
Doing a bit more painting on the stompers, Josh. Hope you're keeping well, mate.
Welcome, welcome.
I take it you got another interview coming up this weekend on your channel, buddy. Don't forget, folks, like and subscribe. It's the other side of the pond is Josh, and he does a lot of interviews with folks in the community, and it is great fun watching. Have you a bit of that? Just take the old grotty tanky kins away. Oh, this could really go well for me now. I am now wearing my Stomper like a large boxing glove.
Ooh. Oh, yeah, you can get your hand right up in there, can't you? It's a puppet.
It's a puppet.
I'm having a bit of a peculiar problem here.
You are a peculiar problem.
The paint's beading up on my black primer. That's really weird.
Really?
On this particular bomb, yeah. It's like the surface tension's all out of whack and it's all pulling apart.
Would it pay to quickly let that dry and go over it with a bit of hammier medium?
Well, I guess I'd probably do the same because it's just a colourless paint. So it'll build up eventually. It's just a couple of spots. It's like
it's unusual, isn't it?
Yeah. Very strange. Very strange.
Very strange.
Isn't right.
All right, let's figure this out. God.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
That never bodes well.
Oh, God, that looks so wrong the way I'm holding that stomp. I'm glad you can't see it.
You found the giblets yet?
Yeah, it's almost like, I have a large, long tube in my hand.
Ooh.
Now, see, I think when I didn't want that. I'll get another brush in a minute. I think when I show this later, you're going to swear at me.
Really?
Yeah. I think you're going to call me a name.
Are you freehanding some kind of thing?
Yes.
I'm going to guess you're freehanding something.
I am freehanding, dear. Oh, let's remove.
I'm going to guess it's not something like stripes or checks. I'm going to guess it's an actual pattern or a glyph of some sort. I
might do a glyph, actually. I've spotted a panel that could do with one.
See, I want to do some sort of glyph on mine, but I don't know how I'd then make it look weathered like everything else.
That's the only thing that's prevented me from doing it.
Yeah, I mean, other than like making it out of masking tape with the sharp pattern and then sponging it on, but it still wouldn't. La 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 la. Underneath the
cheers.
Cheers.
That was quite a tuneful one for us two, really, wasn't it?
Took you by surprise there, didn't I?
I did.
It was a stealth Flanagan and Allen. Hey, right, what have you been watching this week? Anything to report in terms of the backlog of shit I've told you to watch? No.
Yes.
Go on.
I may have watched 2 episodes of SG1 last night.
Ooh.
After I was eating my dinners.
What season?
I think it was season 1. It's when the bald-headed coloured chap with the big gold thing stuck to the front of his forehead. They was talking to him about the US the military not trusting him because they didn't really know him. and trust would have to be earned and all of that lot. So it's been interrogated. So I've got a feeling it was probably the first or the second episode of season 1.
Yeah, that sounds like the one where Kowalski goes rogue with a goal, or the one where
it's basically a bloke with mousy brown hair in a green boiler suit interrogating him in a Yeah.
I've got to be honest. You're brave if you're starting with season 1.
Yeah.
I tend to skip
it was on the
1.
telly whilst I was having my dinner, mate. It's only because I saw Deep Space Nine was on afterwards.
This is acceptable.
Yeah, Sky Sci-Fi. It's
Sky.
Yeah, it's like, I really don't need to be watching Kira. And then I thought,
no, you do.
Rude not to. I can't turn the channel off now, knowing that Kira's coming on, because she'll think I don't love her anymore.
Yeah, and you'll be in trouble. It's like, you know what happens when you don't say hello to Muse, so imagine if you didn't say hello to Kira.
Absolutely. I was like, if I don't say hello to her, it's going to end really badly for me.
It's going to end in tears. Rise Dandy says, yes, I do it figure painter this week.
Oh, happy days. Look forward to that one, Josh.
Yeah. Rabbit says, I'm thinking of making a prime rib roast with Yorkshire puddings for Christmas dinner this year. Turkey is getting old and boring.
Yeah, I think we're having a nice bit of gammon this year.
Oh, yeah.
Now, there was one Christmas that I had pie mash and liquor for Christmas dinner.
Pie mash and liquor. This seems apt for your location.
Yeah, and it was gorge, mate, if I'm honest.
Yeah. My brother lives in the US, and of course, the tradition there, of course, isn't turkey at all for Christmas because they have turkey at Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
So they always, or at least for them anyway, it's not. So they always have lamb at Christmas.
Yeah. Yeah, we like to vary it. Like, say, you have turkey one year, you'll have duck or gammon, or, you know what I mean? It just makes it different, doesn't it?
No, we just because I'm rubbish at doing the cooking, and Mama Fox was as well. For the last sort of 10, 15 years, we've just got one of those bang it in the oven turkey joint things where you just bang it in the oven.
Do you know, Retro? That sounds mint. He's thinking of making a prime rib roast with Yorkshire puddings for Crimbo dinner. Mate,
Colin.
Road trip. I'm in.
Colin.
Yeah.
I just read that one.
Oh, you did.
That's where that whole conversation about Christmas dinner just came from.
Oh, you did. Oh no.
Do you like the way I let you read all of it out there?
You
Shostakovich. You going to call me Shostakovich?
Yeah. That's all right. That's all right. I'm just going to sit here shamefully contemplating how silly I feel.
I know you don't listen when words come out of my mouth.
No, I kind of zoned out.
I don't blame you. There's only so much awesome you can take, I suppose.
I was doing all of the focusings.
Ooh. Roger, focusing now.
Oh, mate, you wouldn't believe how focused I am at the moment, because this is going to be the best earned insult off of you ever.
Okay. Interesting. I look forward to seeing the pictures.
I am taking pride in the fact that I am going to be insulted for this.
Mm-hmm. Well, don't show me on the stream because I won't be able to see it properly. So
no,
I shall wait for the photographs.
No, do you want the photos at the end of the stream?
Not that anybody watching cares, but between you and me, have you noticed anything tonight?
I'm not saying a word.
Yep. Well,
for fear.
That's because I'm using the website and not the other thing. So
yeah.
I think we might be all right if I just use the website. I don't know what my quality of my camera image is, though. It might be
1080p, mate. I've got you in front of me on the projector, and the same with the stream next door.
It won't be as crisp as if I was going through slobs, but at the end of the day, if that thing isn't happening every 5 minutes, then I don't give a crap.
I don't know what thing you're on about because I'm not even thinking about the thing because it might be jinxed. And
I also don't know what words I just used or what I was talking about at all. Now, no, nothing, no, never, neither.
Right, let's put a bit of that on there.
A little bit of that. Right, I'm going to do some checkers now. Oh, matron, by heck, I can see the grand.
I can see what you did there.
I'm really hungry. But the thing is, if I have something to eat when we finish, it'll be like 3 or 4 in the morning. I'll just not sleep.
Yeah, I won't be going to bed today.
I'm already not sleeping enough.
I shall stay.
Oh, man. Wednesday night, I was like, oh, I'm really tired. I've not been sleeping well for the last couple of weeks. Colin knows this, but just for whatever, I go through periods where I can't sleep very well.
Yeah.
And I'm an old man now, so it kicks me in the ass. So it was like, gone through a period of not sleeping very well. And I got into bed and I was like, I'm so tired. And I just went, I'm going to lie. And I went straight to sleep. I was like, as I was drifting off, I'm like, oh, thank God for that. 2 hours later, at 5 in the morning, woke up, massive back pain. I'm like, ow.
Yeah.
And it was one of those back pains where, like, I can't lie on my back, so I can't lie on my side either. And it wasn't like a back, it was like that kind of the pain that's between the front and the back, and it's kind of where your kidneys would be, but not your kidneys. Like, it's where your spine is, but not your. So it wasn't the spinal back. It was like a, I've got like, I don't know, lung full of rocks or something. It was horrible. I couldn't get to sleep, and I was like, oh, so grumpy. And then I got acid from hell. It was like, I can't win.
Yeah. You're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't.
Yeah, I get so much acid from hell because given Mama Fox's schedule, not having dinner till late, so.
I am so proud of myself. I am.
Oh, you know.
I am so proud of myself.
Are you going to give me a clue?
Yeah, I'm going to take a picture and send it to your phone because I'm cruel and I want you to call me names.
Send it as can you send it as a text message?
Yeah, I am about to, mate.
Well, actually, no, because if I send it if you do it in the Facebook chat, I can look at it on the screen and show it to the people.
Yeah.
After hiding all the Facebook, I'll save it and then.
Yeah, I deliberately kept my camera angle like that so that you couldn't see what I've been painting.
Yeah.
In case people are sitting there going, I'd love to have seen what you painted there, Cole, but I can't. It was deliberate in case Fox sneaked a peek.
A peek.
I am going to send a zoomed out version.
Zoomed out, c'est suave.
And then I'm going to send a zoomed in version.
Give this one a red schnoz. Because I think it should have a bulbous red nose with yellow.
Right, I've sent that to you.
Have you now? Is it in the Facebook chattage?
Yeah, it's in the messenger.
Let me extract it and save it so I'm not showing the Facebook
I can move my camera back up now. He's going to swear at me. I know he is. Let me know when you've loaded the picture.
I've not seen the big version yet, so I haven't seen it myself.
You
find the picture I've just saved.
You've got the... I've sent you the zoomed out version. On the zoomed out version...
Yes.
Can you see the checkers I've just painted?
Go away. Go away with the information. Right. Let's see if you did a portrait mode, didn't you? Oh.
I did actually turn the phone, but yeah, it saved it in my photo library as that, and I haven't edited it. I shall do that with the next one because you'll only mock me even mercilessly. I'll actually edit them both and resend that one as well because...
Is it the ones on that front panel there? I know you probably can't see that. Is it them at the front?
No.
Or is it them down there?
No.
No. Ooh.
It's got you thinking now, isn't it?
Well, I know them ones on the bomb, that's a decal, isn't it? Up on the bomb at the top there.
Yeah, that's a decal.
I like the rust on that big gun. I can't see any of the checkers. Wait a minute. No. Hang on. Wait.
She spotted it.
Oh, no, it's checker plate. I think, is it? Yeah, it's checker plate. I can't see any of the checkers.
You want the bigger picture then?
Yeah, give me the bigger picture. I want the bigger picture.
Sent.
Roger, downloading.
I mean, the one you was swiping just now, I actually saw it on the screen, but I'm not telling you because, yeah. This is just me being cruel and picking on you because I can.
Let's have a look with our looking eyes, shall we, children?
Yeah.
Now you've done it landscape, but it's the other way around.
Yeah.
Right, so... I like that golden wire. Is that...
That's that's Cat 5 network cable.
Oh, I like that. I like that. Checkers.
Do you want me to put you out your misery?
Hang on, I've got one more picture to look at yet. That's the smaller one.
Yeah.
I'm being incredibly thick, I think. But
yeah, look at the nose cone of the missile.
That one? No.
Yeah.
That one?
Yeah.
Hang on, can I turn this round? If you can turn these things around. Hang on.
Yeah.
See if I can rotate it.
There you go. It's got checkers on it, folks. I've done checkers on the nose cone.
There we go.
Yeah, because we can. He's like, yeah.
What? On this one?
Yeah.
On that little cone?
Yeah.
Good God.
It's got checkers on it, mate.
Shut up.
You hate me, don't you?
I hate you completely.
Yeah.
I don't. That's quite cool, actually. Well done. Awesome.
Yeah.
I'm proud of you. I'm filling up.
Oh, bless you.
Grow up so fast. Grow up so fast, don't we? That's awesome, mate. You can shut up now.
Yeah, you hate me, don't you?
That's cool. That I like that.
I thought, yeah,
awesome.
just popped in my head. It's like, yeah, I've got to do it. I've got to do it. There you go.
I like it. Now, talking of checkers, you doing? It's because you're getting you get your practice in now with the delicate painting, aren't you?
Well, that's it. It's also having a good hands day made a difference. It's like, yeah, I'm going to do that whilst I can. Yeah.
Strike while the iron's hot, like it. Oh,
absolutely. Yeah.
Right. What's a lighter colour than Thunderhawk blue?
See, we can do these things, folks. Right.
Ooh,
now,
Lothern blue.
What else needs... Oh, I've got some on that turret there already, so...
Get it on your turret. Ooh, that was a bit of a wheeze at the same. Oh, it's a very... Oh, this is a very 1980... I can't explain this in any way that make any sense to anybody. But that, to me, that one there, that one, is such a 1980 shade of blue.
Oh, yeah, that's Morris Marina, isn't it?
Yeah, I can't explain
Austin 1100.
I can't explain why it's a 1980 shade of it. It just is. You just have to go with me on that one.
That looks like my Orc turquoise, that one.
Orc turquoise.
Yeah, Orc turquoise.
Yep. It's Luthern blue.
Yeah, that was a night of many things, wasn't it? They don't do an Orc turquoise. Yeah, they do. I've got a pot in my hand, mate. Yeah.
Oh, hello. We'll do some checkers now. You watch. You've done about 1,000 checkers. I'll do about 2. Okay, let's check the crap out of this. Now I'm gonna be devious and do them at 45 degrees because that way it hides any nonsense.
You're good.
And you are good. If you're not very good at getting the straight lines, paint your checkers at 45 degrees.
Yeah, that's what happened there. It's like, get in there.
Now this is going to look horrible until I do something like weathering over it. Or blend it all away. Although having said that, 45 degrees on the tube, bit of a ball.
This is where I tell everyone now to zoom right in on their tube just to put Fox under pressure. No, I wouldn't do that. Do you know?
Oh, to click off, that's put me under pressure.
Why not?
Super match game bomb.
Super match game bomb. Retro Rabbit says it gives me an excuse to use my fancy Yorkshire pudding pan. Good man.
Ooh. Oh, making this Christmas dinner thing.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. I don't know about you. I'm doing a road trip.
Mm-hmm. I can't do a road trip, but I can send a deliver back box.
Yeah, that'll work.
Self-addressed envelope, but it's a massive box.
Massive big box. Massive big box.
Send a self-addressed envelope to BBC Television Centre, London W12.
Like QT.
It's QT. If you grew up in Britain in the 1980s, you know that address. There's no way you don't know that address.
Or if it was Magpie, it was Teddington Lock.
If it was what?
Magpie.
Oh, Magpie. I don't remember that one.
Teddington Lock, Middlesex.
I remember number 73 was Middlesex.
Oh, yeah, that was old Sandy Topvic, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Or Toxic, whatever her name was.
Number 73. Number 73. Toxic. I like Sandy Toxic. She was on Time Team for a while. She kept occasionally guest co-hosted on the lives. Oh, tickly cough. Oh.
Tickly cough.
Some of the meds I'm on, they give me this like little scratchy feeling. Every now and then you get a little scratchy bit at the back of your throat and it makes you cough. And for some reason, it's always when I'm lying down trying to get to sleep and not before usually, or when I'm at the bed. It's always, it's like lying down and tickly cough.
I got polyps, have you?
I don't know. That's polyps. Sounds green.
Polyps is a saggy bit of skin membrane at the back of your throat. And it always feels that you've got something stuck in your throat. And you keep to try and clear it.
Well, it could. I mean, they did. The doctor said that one of the pills I'm taking, says you might get like a tickly cough. I'm like, yeah, I don't mind about that.
Yeah.
Here we are, 2 months in. I'm like, yeah, I mind about that.
Do you snore?
Well, I don't know. I'm asleep. I
but nine times. I mean, I snore. I snore, but I can wake myself up with it, if that makes sense.
I could hear your facial expression when I said that.
Yeah, it's like, don't you just want to slap him?
You were like, oh, it's that kind of yes. I don't know. I don't think so.
Edward Linder says, "Wonderful, Colin. Laugh out loud. Nose cone checkers. Got to be done, mate, isn't it?" I thoroughly enjoyed doing the spiral on my X-Wing Wackerjet, whatever it's called.
Wackadoo.
Wackerjet, that's the one.
Wackadoo. You'd know that word if you watch more Bluey.
Yeah.
You know that has to happen, right, don't you? You know you'd have to watch more Bluey.
Well, you keep telling me off for not watching Bluey, so yeah.
Obviously, you need to watch more. Obviously.
Obs.
Bluey's awesome.
Yeah.
La 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 la.
Retro says his girlfriend snores like a misfiring propeller plane. Yeah, so does my missus, mate. I can hear her down here some nights. It's like, how can someone so little make so much noise? And then she recorded me one night, and it's like...
My ex used to snore. It drove me crazy.
Yeah. I snore if I lay on my back, put it that way. So.
Yeah. Okay, this was a bad idea.
Suck it up, big boy.
Ooh, steady now. I'm in the 45-degree angle bit on the cylinder. That was a bad plan.
How's it going for you?
All right. Theoretically, if I was a bit neater, this would end up looking more like tartan than checkers. Light blue squares. I could make a convincing tartan with these colours. Sort of. Do you know, have you ever had one of them days when you have like the weirdest thoughts for no reason?
Oh, yeah.
Like yesterday, I was sat there, and I've got like a pair of slobby cotton pajama pants that I just wear around the house. You know, the kind of thing, big, thick, fluffy things that you. And I was wearing them, and they've got this like faux tartan pattern. I'm sitting there thinking, I wonder if that's just accidentally a proper tartan colour. There's actually a clan that belongs to.
Yeah, my wife has her own clan, the Rose Tartan.
Yeah. I mean, theoretically, we should have a tartan because my dad was from Glasgow, but I don't know what clan it would be. Hey, well, I don't know.
Andy McLeish says, according to his better half, he said, which is debatable, he sounds like an idling Mack truck.
Idling truck, tickle on the tom. I'll tell you what.
What's that, mate?
I enjoy doing checkers, but it makes me realise that I never, ever, ever, ever want to do Eldar Harlequins. Because the Eldar stuff is all...
yeah, I can imagine that would be,
Well, either checkers or kind of like diamonds overlaid in different colours. I remember Goblin Gaming sent me a thing to... Because, you know, they send like the creatives, they send the freebies.
Yeah.
And it was one of the little Eldar flyer vehicles, like the 3 guys hanging off it, one of the little ones, the skimmers. And it's got this beautiful pattern, like a pattern of diamonds on the front, underneath which is a second set of diamonds with a different colour.
Oh, right.
And then the base colour. And it's like, I never, ever want to paint that because not ever do I want to paint that.
No.
And it's because I was like, well, I wouldn't ever want to try and freehand it. And to be frank, trying to mask it, all the paint will come off. So I'll be like, I want to die.
Yeah.
These might end up being the worst checkers ever. I have to say that.
I've just done another set.
You could just shut up.
On the back of that pauldron there. See?
Yeah. Doodle-doo, doodle-doo, doodle-doo-doo.
If in doubt, do them now is my motto, because it'll only end in tears if I try it another day. So try it another day. I was looking for that earlier, right in front of me.
Always the way.
Boom.
Yes, I think I'm glad that I decided to get the Outer Worlds out. I say I've had it for a couple of years. I never played it. I forgot I had it. And I'm glad I did because it'll kind of stem the gap between now and when Starfield comes out. So it should be most pleasing. Seems quite fun so far. I can't believe it gave me that kind of deep, dark moral choice like an hour into the game. I'm like, Christ on a stick.
Yeah.
I mean, in Fallout and stuff, it's like, you know, if you make this decision, one group will fall out with you. And this one is like, if you make the decision, a whole load of people are going to starve to death and be killed by marauders, whichever way you go. And I'm like, okay. No pressure then.
No.
And I was leaning one way, and then my companion who was with me at the time to finish the quest that it's involved in was saying, I'd rather you did it this way. And I'm like, oh, God.
Yeah.
No. Arse. So, yes. I don't want to give too much away. Or spoilers.
No. That's your uncle. Use some of that.
You're doing more checklegs.
Yeah, just what's his name? Faded them down a tad.
Don't forget, folks, if you weren't here earlier on, bench und also belly and beverage. What's on your bench? What have you had, or what are you having for your dinner? And of course, what is your beverage of choice this evening? If you haven't already answered it, answer it. My belly, of course, today was last night's lamb aloo and leftovers of Mama Wolf's chicken korma.
Oh, nice one.
You won't have had your dinner yet, will you?
No. I've got a mixed grill of ribbage and things. Yeah. Because,
Considering your dietary needs, you're always having the nicest grilled, fried meats. It's great. I wish I was on that diet.
Yeah, it's all done through the George Foreman, mate. So
yeah, we've got one of them.
Lean, mean grilling machine and that.
Lean, mean grilling machine.
During the week, I mostly have, like salad wraps, that sort of thing. So come the weekend, I can have me Sunday roast, but I can have my little plate of nibbles, etc. So
you can have your wicked way with the meats of the realm.
Yeah. So yeah, I was just about to say I'd do like a bit of meat then, but that would have sounded quite wrong, wouldn't it?
I do like getting a bit of meat inside me, but there you go. I'm moving on.
Can have a bit of that.
These checkers look awful. I've got a right arse of them.
We got that to go on there.
Got my outlines looking good, and then I've filled them in, and they all look absolute garbage. Ugh.
Yeah, don't forget though, orc. That's all you got to think. Orc.
I've basically, what are those? Who was that? Who was that presenter that was on on the morning show for you? I've basically painted a Frank Buff cardigan. That's what I'm basically painting it with these shades of blue.
Oh yeah.
I've managed to give these orcs a Frank Buff cardigan style missile.
Was that pre-naughty Frank Buff, or was this a family-friendly Frank Buff?
I think this was the BBC morning breakfast Frank Buff with his little blue Pringle sweatshirts. I've just inadvertently done a Pringle checker pattern. I didn't intend to at all. So now it looks like either a pair of golfing socks or one of Frank Buff's sweaters. 4. I'll tidy it up and we'll see what it comes out like. It looks a bit crappy at the minute because all the lines are wonky.
You're wonky.
I can't really hide it all under weathering because it's a missile. It's not a... Meh. I do like the idea that the Goths, the orcs will go to all the trouble of painting all these checkers on a missile that's going to last like a minute.
Yeah, but they believe that when the bomb goes off, the checkers survive.
Yeah.
Damn, I'm too much of an orc, ain't I?
You are too much of an orc.
You have turned me into one hell of an orc. Your work is complete.
The orc is strong in this wind. Do you know, on Star Wars A New Hope, when I was a kid, you know, like when you hear something but you mishear it and then you forever think it's something that isn't?
Yeah.
For many years, I always thought that when oh, bollocks, have I gone wrong with some of these checkers? I think I have.
You've been special.
You know where you get like 2 checkers that don't match up because it's gone a bit wrong?
Oh, yeah, you might have an odd, yeah.
Yeah, I'll just paint it. Whatever.
Put a big chip over it.
It's a missile, though, isn't it?
Oh, right, yeah.
Oh, no, I know I've gone wrong. I know I've gone wrong.
Can you put a decal over it later?
Maybe. That one. I don't know how the hell I've done that. My brain can't quite figure out how it's... That's weird. Yes, I shall put a decal over it, I think. Like a little glyph or something just to hide that little transgression.
Happy accidents, dear.
What was I talking about? I've forgotten now. If you can't remember, it doesn't matter.
I'm trying to think now.
I wouldn't bother. It never gets us anywhere. It's all thinking lark. Nothing good ever comes of it.
Is it to do with television?
I can't remember now.
In the chat,
it's gone.
Prompt us as to what he was talking about.
Unless it was complete rubbish, in which case don't, and we'll stop talking about it.
He was on about checkers, wasn't you?
I don't know. I've forgotten now. It's long gone. Never mind. It was so uninteresting that even I can't remember what it was.
Oh, bless you. I feel awful now.
You say you should.
Edward Leonard says, have you seen Peachy on the YouTubes yet?
Yes, on the Painting Face channel.
Yeah.
He's now working with those guys. He's left Games Workshop.
Oh, wow.
I love Peachy to bits, but it saddens me that all he's painted so far on their channel is crappy, quick paint jobs, like contrast paints, but like not great quality, just like how to paint it quickly, get it on the table. They're all a bit... No, unless they're just trying to get quantity out first.
Yeah.
While he's getting settled, I don't know. But they do seem to be a lot of sort of quick and dirty paint jobs, which is like, well, it's not that great if it's all shoddy paint jobs, is it really? When are we going to get Peachy? Peachy's a good painter, so when are they going to start filming him doing some decent paint jobs? I like Peachy. It's nice because he's a lot more relaxed on this channel now. He's a bit more silly and funny in a way he never could be.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? You have to be very corporate orientated, should we say?
Yeah, you do what you're told. You do what you're scripted to do.
Yeah.
It does make me wonder how he didn't end up with Duncan though, but maybe they just don't live. Maybe it's just they're too far apart, or maybe Dunk doesn't make enough money, or. But then this channel, when he joined it, they had like 6,000 subscribers, so I'm sure they're not rolling in money to pay him.
I do think Duncan's funny. He's yeah. Watch Duncan over and over, can't you? It's just Duncan's Duncan. I
love the latest one where he's painted camouflage, and he put some camouflage on his face, and he's like, "It's in my eye, it hurts."
Yeah.
After he finishes the bit he's talking about, he's like, camera stops. "Oh, it's in my eye, it hurts."
He is such a nerd, isn't he?
Oh yeah. Oh, that paint tastes quite nice, actually. That's weird.
That was it. That's what I was looking for.
It's not often you have a nice tasting paint, but it is a nice tasting paint.
You're licking your paintbrush again, aren't you?
I always lick my paintbrush, but the little flavour I got was like, "Oh, it's actually quite pleasant." What?
You really are so wrong.
That's not how that's supposed to work. I can't help it if Lamia medium smells like applesauce.
So glad you said the name, because last week when I was trying to say it, it kept going wrong, didn't it, mate?
Yeah, you gave it all kinds of different names.
Fox was like, "Yeah, it's probably best you don't say that on air, mate." Okay.
Yeah, best we don't discuss that particular paint at all, ever. Then again, it's on your channel, so it doesn't bother me.
Yeah, such a mercenary you are.
Always.
Don't ever change, dear.
I shall not. Like I said to you in the conversation, the label on the inside of my underwear says mercenary, so I can't change anyway.
No.
I don't think this checker pattern's going to work.
You've done a Bob Ross and had a happy accident.
No, I'm not feeling it. Even when it's nice and neat, I'm not convinced I'm going to feel it.
Okay, when you finish what you're doing with it now, park it. Move on to something else.
No, I want to get it neat and tidy, but I mean, I don't know if the colour was. Excuse me.
You're not feeling inspired.
I need to clear my throat. One sec.
This is where I go.
There we go. Old men and their coughs. It is the order of things.
You wouldn't think that we gave up smoking, would you? It's like, we still cough like 90-year-olds, don't we?
Yeah. I cough more now than I did when I was smoking.
I've found that. Yeah.
Which makes sense, for the first 6 months, but not 5 years later.
Yeah, you sit there and you think, okay.
Paint on my finger. Go on, sorry.
Yeah, you sit there and you think, well, I gave up, 5.5, 6 years ago.
Yeah,
and I'm still hacking like a 90-year-old. It's like, yeah.
Yeah. We're old and demic, that's what it is.
That's what it is, mate. We are officially old farts.
Yeah, it's like, this isn't smoking coughing. This is just being old and dying coughing. Oh, thanks. This is the cough of death. It's death rattle. Okay,
I must admit, that is the one thing I do not miss. Smoky cough colds.
Oh, God, no.
I mean, I've not had a cold. Not like I used to get, where you'd have the real heavy, deep cough. And I've not had that since I packed up the fags, mate. So it's obviously done me some good.
Do you remember what it was like when you had, like, the cold, well, not the flu, but a cold?
Yeah.
And, like, you just couldn't stomach a cigarette. You'd smoke it, you'd be like, It tastes horrible, it's horrible, it feels horrible.
Yeah.
And yet, somehow.
Yeah, you still light one up, and it's like, yeah.
Yeah.
I know I'm going to be coughing my ring up in a minute, but I'm going to smoke this fag because I can. And then you'd be hawking like a good one. It's like, yeah.
Yeah.
I'd say that's the best lifestyle choice I made.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't really have much of a choice. It was, you are giving up smoking, mister. This was Richard Arker, who did my spine surgery. He said, for this to take, you really could do with giving up the fags, mate. And I thought, well, they've got all that effort to try to help me. The least I can do is try, innit?
Yeah.
And that was it. Done. Finitoed.
Job done.
Yeah. You know, how could I not try? You know, it's, yeah.
It's kind of stupid not to do it.
Yeah. And H never thought I'd do it. She really didn't. Even now, she says, I still, to this day, can't believe you managed to stop after all them years.
You have little faith.
Yeah.
The thing is, I tried a few times to stop. I tried many times to stop. And it finally took Mama Fox having to stop.
Yeah.
After she had a little sort of mini stroke. So I'm like, you know what?
Yeah.
Well, then I can't keep smoking, can I? Because that's not going to work. I can't be smoking in the house if she can't smoke, because that's not going to help her at all. So I just stopped. Instantly, no cravings. It was like, bing, I've stopped.
Yeah, that's it.
I have no choice. I have to stop. Stopped. Done. There you go. What?
Kind of felt good though, didn't it?
Yeah. And it's the second time I've done that where I've been in a situation. The only other time I stopped before that was where I literally spent all my money that month on something deliberately, so I had no money for cigarettes. And my brain was like, okay, I've got no choice. Fine. If my brain knew it had no choice at all but not to smoke, it was fine. See, if it had an option.
Yeah, the minute you give yourself a choice.
Yeah, well, maybe I could just done. You're doomed at that point.
Yeah, well, instead of, maybe I could just get a small packet of tobacco instead. Yeah, it's like,
yeah.
I know, I look back and I'm like, yeah, so glad I did it. And it seems really weird. There was an old stream that I was rolling a fag on it. I wasn't smoking it on air, but I was rolling a fag. You could hear the sound, the tin lid opening and all of that lot. And it just seemed totally alien that I used to smoke. It just seemed so strange.
Yeah.
And then you see that obligatory little puff of smoke out the corner of the screen, and it's like, oh.
Yeah, I used to, if you watch my old streams where, like, I'll be painting away and suddenly I'll say, right, let's read the chat for a bit.
Yeah.
So my hands will suddenly go, maybe my left hand will be on the bench.
Yeah.
But that's it. And the other hand, of course, is over the other side.
Over the other side with a fag in it, puffing away, yeah.
Yeah, and blowing up out over so it doesn't go into the front of the camera and stuff.
Yeah.
So obvious now.
Just seems strange, doesn't it? But
yeah, these checkers are terrible.
Back in the day, hey.
Back in the day,
when we were lads, when we used to smoke.
And these great.
Couldn't do it now.
That's gone completely to shit. Now let's just put that there. So you can fix this grievous error.
Has it gone all wrong for you?
I don't know. I'm trying to it's tubes again. It's 3-dimensional nonsense. It's just breaking my brain. Actually, ooh.
Is this? Did you think this stems from your days of doing Imperial, where everything had to be really perfectly executed, didn't it?
No. It's just I've tried to do checkers on a tubular shape, and one of the lines doesn't. I've now got like dark light, dark light, dark light, dark, dark. I'm like, wait, what? And I can't quite figure out. I need to fix that. That goes there.
That's a bloody exhaust pipe, isn't it?
Goes there like that.
Sure it is.
Okay. Yeah, you'll see.
Oh,
there.
It's a good spot, Colin. Have you some of that?
I know what I can do. I can cheese it.
Oh!
I think.
Are you winging things again? You are, aren't you?
I think I'm going to wing things. Yes.
Go for it. Tell me. I want to know all the wingage.
Well, I may have to add to the checkers.
Yeah.
I've got a bit where the checkers go wrong and you've got a dark next to a dark.
Yeah.
What I might be able to do is add some flames to cover up that little bit.
Oh,
just
good.
For tactical shenaniganery purposes.
Dude, I'm impressed with that.
Maybe. I mean, it's not the kind of flames shouldn't really be on the death skulls, but hey, I don't care.
Well, you are living dangerously, aren't you?
I mean, the other thing is it has already got like little sort of molded triangles on the end of it anyway, which makes no sense. But
it's proper hardcore decision making there, dude.
Yeah, it doesn't really make any sense. But
so proud of you. Actually, no, that's
somebody has to be.
Gosh, totally. Edward Leonard says, I've been vaping for 10 years and it's a waste of money, but it's small in comparison to cigarettes. Exactly. I don't need it. I vape the lowest nick levels available, but it relieves my stress when needed. Yeah, I've still got me vape over there. I've not used it in about 4 years, mate. But I used to, how can I say this? I used to have a bit of Jamaican grass that used to go in there. And, yeah. For therapeutic reasons, obviously, but yeah. Used to work a treat. And it's there if ever I need it, but I've not needed it. So, yeah. I've used some of that. There you go.
That needs to be, okay, I can see where I've gone wrong. Okay. Okay.
I didn't think I had done that bit to the... Yeah.
Had you not done that bit?
Yeah.
Right, that goes there. Okay, so let's just get these filled in.
Use some of that.
Have a little bit of that, and then a little bit of that. I am starving. I need meat. Steady.
Yeah, we won't go late tonight. And if you're getting hungry.
Well, no, there's no point because I'm not going to eat before I do it this time of night. So if I ate anything now, I'd just die and never get any sleep. I'd have the acid from hell, and I'd just be horrible. So there's no point. I'll just go to bed.
Graham says Stompa's looking great, Cole. Oh, thank you very much, Jeff. It's getting there, mate. Still a hell of a lot more needs doing on it, but
oh god, yes. On both of them.
It's one of those. It's beginning to take shape.
It's beginning to look a lot like Stompa.
It's like anything, you know. I relate to Bob Ross. You think it's finished, and then you go and put a great big evergreen tree in the middle of it. You know, there are a few bits I'm looking at, thinking, oh, I could just add that there. I could just to give it a bit more character.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm actually thinking that on the chainsaw. Actually, I'm looking at it, going, yeah, it could do with a
chainsaw. What's that secret you're keeping?
Yeah, it could do with a checkered panel there. That's got to be checkered yet. So I'll do that next. I really don't know what to do with that. Yes, sod it. That can have a checker as well. Because I'll regret it if I don't do it today. So.
Have you done any hazard stripes?
Hazard stripes?
You know, yellow and black hazard stripes?
No.
Oh, there's a potential for you.
They're the diagonal ones, aren't they? Yeah.
Yeah, just yellow and black. And get some of them in somewhere. Always fun to paint.
Actually, that'll work.
Breaks up the constant checkers.
Yeah, it actually would work on the chainsaw. Despite the fact it's a 100-foot long chainsaw, putting a hazard stripe on it's going to make people think that it's dangerous, isn't it?
Yeah.
So what I did there.
I see what you did there.
Where's my old? There it is up there. Have you some of that? Gonna have to do a paint order soon.
Ooh.
Yeah, running out.
Do they have a button on the thing that says "Add to basket brackets many"?
Yeah, it's going to be. Yeah, can't use your Goblin Gaming now because we don't do the affiliates, do we? It's like annoying, isn't it? Where did I put that?
I mean, we can still shop there, but we just don't get benefit to each other.
Yeah, I've got all the points still, ain't I?
I think I've only got about 850 points, which is about £4.50 or £5. It's like, oh, damn it. No, it's better than nothing. It's a money off.
It's better than poking the eye with a sharp stick, isn't it?
Yeah.
Gosh. Is it just now? Thanks for funny.
Mm.
Oh, I've got to stand up anyway. So.
Oh, yeah. Also, I've not heard the alarm go off. That's past, isn't it?
Yeah, it's past the alarm goes off.
Yeah.
The alarm of waking upness.
The alarm of Wake the Kraken. Now, I don't want to upset you, Cole.
Yes, mate.
But next time you speak to Chris...
What, Chris at Gross?
Yeah, you need to ask him what Mama Fox said to him.
Oh, no, he didn't, did he?
I'm not going to tell you. You have to ask Chris.
Oh, she loves him. He's her favourite. I know.
You have to ask Chris.
It's all right.
I can say nothing.
Working for editors.
I can say nothing on this matter.
La 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 la. Can't hear you.
Table, okay.
You can go off some people.
Oh, yeah.
That's all right. Not better. Not better at all. Okay. I had a brush, but now I don't.
I had a brush.
And a brush. I'll put it somewhere safe, didn't I?
Well, one would assume you wouldn't put it somewhere unsafe.
Notice the first place I check when I'm looking for a paintbrush is the floor.
Feet. Yeah, the floor and your feet.
It's that.
We've got a new process in place, by the way, folks. If ever you lose a piece of photo etch in the future, just drop Colin a quick message and ask him to check his feet. It seems to be where most photo etch end up, so...
Oh, yeah, pretty much, mate. I was on my plates, mate. Okie dokie. There it is.
You got it?
Yeah. I had lost my line brush. My, what's his name?
Gentlemen, you should always know where your line brush is.
Yeah, my pinstripe brush. Have you some of that diagonal stripes? Why am I doing this? Because I can.
Because I can.
Get a nice big
diagonal stripes bomb.
Like that. All right. Edward Letter says, I'm trying to put an ATST in a Dio as rusted out, abandoned, blown up vehicle. Still trying to figure it out, as I've never done such a thing, but moving along slowly. That, mate, sounds a good idea. I like the sound of that.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I think I might just go for a decal to cover up my slight infraction with checkers here. I think I'll do flames because it's already got little triangles on it anyway. It just looks stupid. I think I may have to just depend on tiny decals.
Sounds like a plan.
Mm-hmm.
Have you some of that?
Have you some of that? Some of that, have you? Have you some of that? Having that now, some of you having that now, some of you. Stopping now, sir.
You can continue. Right. Where's it gone? Toady, come to daddy. There you go. It's a bit of a fat toad, that one. Let's see what we've got. That's not a toad, that's a toad, that's a toad. Yeah, let's go for the next one.
Wow, that's terrible. Said Bagpuss.
Right. Edward says, model is built and Dio is pre-based with rocks and ground effects, but it's just working it out. Old, abandoned and rusty. Well, it wouldn't be as upright because it'd probably be a bit fallen over and a bit decrepit, wouldn't it? So there's a start.
I can strongly recommend the method I used on this, which was stippling on the rust colours first and then going from there.
Yeah.
Dry brushing your base colour over that so you get patches of rust and patches of base colour. But there's other ways to do it with chipping fluids and stuff. Oh, excuse me. Oh,
You are suitably excused.
Made a right fudge of these checkers.
You're not happy with them, are you, mate?
No, I'm happy with them. It's just that I pride myself on getting nice, neat checkers, even though they're all, reasonably neat. Like, I like to think that all can still paint square checkers. They're just not very tidy around the edges.
Yeah.
Whereas some of these are all different shapes and sizes. It's like, oh dear. I don't need them to be like, mathematically precise, but it'd be nice if they were all
just
square.
Your own personal pride, isn't it? At the end of the day, you want it to look right.
Yeah. I'm just glad checkers aren't part of the Imperial colour palette because
yeah, that would be
annoying.
Doing
them. They do take a long time to do. Well, for me, anyway. A long time to.
We're going for a bit of that.
A bit of that to get your chips here. What?
Let's try. Let's see whether we can get a decent bit of stripage going on then.
What are you doing? You're doing your hazardy stripes?
Yeah.
Yeah. It makes sense.
Yeah, not overly fussed. It's only his first couple of layers, so backwards and forwards, backwards and forwards.
That's the trick that nobody ever told you about.
I'm actually looking forward to the Russ on Sunday again. It's like, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I've got to tell you, though, the hazard stripes is one of the rare times when I actually start with black.
Yeah.
Because the Agrax shade, or if you've got Cassandora yellow, if you want a bright orange to go over it, or if you want like a coat of Cassandora yellow over your black and yellow stripes.
Yeah, I know. I've got some behind me.
Yeah, it just really nicely softens that black.
Yeah.
Got sniffles there, God. But whilst making the yellow a bit brighter.
Yeah.
I like to try and keep my focus towards the tops and bottoms so it gives it like a highlight almost. Highlight by emission, or I don't know. There's words coming out of my mouth. I don't understand what they're saying. Okay, that's there. Makes no sense because there's no colour there. That makes no sense. How do you mess up a checker pattern? Honestly, Fox.
Yeah. Stefan Last is off. He says it's 3 a.m. in Sweden. He's off to get some Z's. Take care, Stefan. Thanks for coming in and keeping us company, mate. Catch up soon, and yeah. Hopefully the chat goes through for him for when he watches it back, because, yeah, that's an odd one, that is.
It's weird, isn't it?
Yeah. Certainly set for the chat to display, so I'm not sure what's going on there, but I shall keep an eye on it.
I've had an even more cunning idea to hide this.
Go on.
I'll do a...
You're going to do a Festa and not tell me, aren't you? Till you take
I'm going to do... I'm going to do... Because it's round the bottom here where the checkers don't line up.
Yeah.
I'll just do a red line that matches where it attaches to the attachment point.
Oh,
so
right.
A solid block of red for no reason whatsoever, which will completely hide the bit where the two checkers don't actually meet up.
Yeah, sounds like a plan.
So all you'll see is the checkers go to the red line and then stop, and it'll be like, yep, nothing to see here, move along. There you go. All perfectly fine. And your eye will go, yes, that looks like a perfectly fine check to me. No issues there at all. That can go there. Apologies for my sniffles, peeps.
Nothing wrong with sniffles.
Do 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 do. Bing. I had the Mephiston red out anyway, so I've basically made a Pringle. It's not. It's a Ronnie Corbett sweater. That's what this is. It's a Ronnie Corbett sweater missile.
Ah.
It's the Corbett class missile.
Yeah, the one where he's sitting in the chair telling his joke.
It's the producer's story sweater. The producer said to me, I can't do a Ronnie Corbett voice, as I have just clearly demonstrated. Clearly.
Funny in their own way, weren't they, back then?
Mm-hmm.
But saying, yeah, I want whatever paint is left to be washed out and such and not affect the rust. So, yeah, it's really new stuff. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If you've got any filters, Edward, anything you can use to sort of, you know, filter the paint down, make it look faded and jaded, sun-bleached.
Sun-bleached, you say?
Sun-bleached? At my age? With my reputation? Yeah. Let's see where we went.
Me, the third Earl of Wimborne, in the girls' dormitory at night, with my reputation. I used to love on the Fast Show, the old QC who just used to babble on it in irrelevant nonsense, and occasional words will come out.
Yeah. Is that the one sitting in the wing-back chair with it next to the fire? Yeah.
He's there going, Kaido 1913.
Yeah.
It's made of rubber.
Chris Waddle. Great telly.
Very drunk the time.
Andy McLeish says, Fox, Imperials had checkers in Rogue Trader even, second edition for heraldry or squad designations. There you go.
Yeah, that's because in the days of Rogue Trader, every Games Workshop paint job was terrible.
Mm.
Just look at... when you go to Warhammer World, this is Warhammer Land, then. When you go to Warhammer World and you look at the old models in the display cases, and you look at the old school models, it's like they're as bad as the box art. It's like, I can't look. It salts my eyes. For some reason, no one in the 1980s could either draw or come up with a semi-decent paint scheme. I mean, literally no one could draw in the 1980s. That's why so much stuff had bad artwork. I never understood that.
Yeah, it was not a great year, great decade, was it?
No, it's not just 1980, not just Games Workshop, but like all the people at Games Workshop that did the box art in the 1980s had no ability to actually draw. And it seems a lot of products, like look at video game boxes.
Yeah.
A lot of the artists, none of them could actually draw. It's like, what is it in the 1980s that everybody hired people that couldn't draw to do all the box art and stuff? It's like, were they all like sort of A-level students they just hired? Because that's what it looked like. I never understood that.
Probably all on ecstasy.
I don't know. Nowadays, you look at artists and it's like they've got box art. And it's like all brilliant. Them days, never understood that.
Yeah. Do you think it's because in the 80s it was still pen and ink, whereas now it's more graphics and tablets and people train differently? I don't know.
No, I mean, you know, there were good artists in the 1980s. It's just whenever anyone had a product and they wanted box art, they just got the worst possible artist they could find.
Yeah.
You had no idea.
Yeah, Revell's swap figure springs to mind immediately you say that.
Oh, yeah. Because, I mean, you know, a lot of the best sort of fantasy artists and sci-fi artists came from the 70s and 80s.
Yeah.
But yeah, look at all the Games Workshop box art, and it's like whenever I watch a video like by Lutin09 when he does like lore videos and it's all the art, he just has him talking and then like lots of official Games Workshop artwork. And when it gets to all the old 80s stuff, I can't look because it's terrible.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, I can't look at any of that. It's just, ugh. It's like I'd learned how to not draw like that by the time I was 14. So come on. These people are being paid.
Yeah, I think we was probably taught by people that were old school artists, weren't they? Some of our art teachers, they were, you know, taught the old school way, and I think they imparted a lot of that, didn't they, with us? You know, it was, yeah. Trying to think, I had an art teacher called Kusner, and, you know, it was all about texture, depth, contrast, you know, all of that, you know, and
I mean,
mastering that before you even got let loose on anything, you know.
You'd kind of think that the people being paid as actual graphic artists would have actually gone to art school or been trained in art, so they would know how to draw. So it's like, that's what I never got. It always seemed like it was like, yeah, the box art was done for 10 years by, like, you know, the owner's best mate who couldn't really draw that well, or the director's son, because he's the director. It always feels like that because... Yeah, we know a guy that can do this a lot cheaper than you're paying him. Okay. Yeah. Goes back to that. Yeah, let this lady restore that tableau. Yeah. Yeah. Always makes me giggle, that one. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes. God, could you imagine that, explaining that to the bishop?
Yeah. You just wouldn't. You can't even, can you?
No. Yeah. Yeah, I can imagine there was a fair bit of crying going on over that one. Like,
there'll be some crying in the showers tonight.
Yeah. They are mad. Every time you look at it, you just see something tucked away. You're like, yeah, I've got to get in and do that.
Yeah. A gift that keeps on giving. A bit like the clap, but a bit better.
Yeah. And it's just an insane little thing, isn't it? Dorkosaurus is in.
Yeah,
hello, mate.
Dinosaurs.
How you doing? How you doing, buddy?
You went Australia. How you doing, right?
Yeah. How you doing, geez?
You went Australian.
Oh, did
bro.
I? Well, what a ripper, Bruce.
You went, how you doing?
Yeah.
Ripper, mate.
Yeah. How you doing, Bruce?
G'day, bro.
Good that.
Dorkosaurus, you're apparently Australian now, so you just better roll with it.
There you go, mate.
Yeah, just roll with it, mate. It's just the best thing to do.
Yeah, you're now known as Dorkarunus. See what I did there? I'll stop.
Yep, I saw that. There you go, a completely arbitrary red line underneath that missile that covers up the...
I saw what you're doing. You're good. You are good. I'll give you that. Where did I put it?
Don't tell nobody, no, nothing, neither. In fact, I could paint the rest of that red.
He's here all week. Everyone's saying hello to Doc. Happy days. Jeff lights off. He says, I'm nearly in the land of nods, so I'm off to get some proper sleep. Take care and stay safe. You take care, Jeff, as usual, mate. Thank you, thank you, thank you for coming in and keeping us both company, mate.
Yes.
That's why we like these frolics.
Yeah. We don't discuss the Golden Girls.
Well, we get such a varied audience in, don't we, on these? And it's nice.
We get nutters and loonies.
Yeah, because we are a right pair of old wet kippers, us two. We do like the frolic.
Yeah, we're idiots. Well, although you don't have to be like us, we strongly recommend it.
Absolutely. It pays to be like us.
Well, I don't pay. I wouldn't say I can go that far. Steady now. Disclaimer. Making money off being like me is not guaranteed. Yeah. I've got the last 2 bars of the Golden Girls theme in my head now. God damn it.
That's
just the last 2 bars. Just the last 2 bars.
Yeah, that's you with an earworm for the night then, mate.
Channel ident.
I take it audio and video still coming through A-OK, folks. Looks like it. So.
Well, I don't think anybody's said anything in chat.
No, that's it. Still the way forward, mate.
Yeah, I think I seem to be doing better in the website version there.
I'm not tempting fate. I'm saying nothing.
It doesn't mean I have to survive with losing half of your audio, but I can live with that.
Losing half my audio?
Yeah, the website adds an extra noise gate, I think. Extra compression.
Right. So yeah, that's a bit of a ball late then, isn't it?
Well, it's only when you go really quiet, so it's not the end of the world. But at the end of the day, if it means if I don't have that thing happen that we're not going to discuss every 5 minutes, then I'm happy.
Yeah.
It's also less work on my CPU and GPU.
Yeah, it streams out A-OK though, because I've checked.
It's better than StreamYard, which is rubbish.
Yeah, I've checked the noise, the audio levels on a watch back, and they still stream out the same. So as long as it's doing that, we're happy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's got
absolutely.
He's got.
I think you'll find.
Tank. He's got a grot tank. He's got a grot tank.
I'm very tempted, to save up the big super grot tank.
Yeah, that has got a look about it, isn't it?
No, I mean seriously save up because I'm a skint, so it'd take me a long time. But I'm seriously tempted to save up for it.
Yeah, skint.
Whatever it's called, the grot super tank, or whatever it is.
How can you be skint? You're a multi-millionaire. What's wrong with you?
Yeah, I wish. Yeah. Still waiting to hear if I get carers allowance yet. I've not even heard back from them yet.
Yeah.
That'd be helpful if I did.
Yeah.
As soon as I can actually go out and get a job.
Well, if it's any consolation, I redid all my stuff back in July and I still haven't had confirmation.
Yeah, they said it could take up to 12 weeks.
Which is really frustrating.
Yes. What for your PIP and stuff?
Yeah.
Different departments must be under different struggles at the minute.
Oh, they're blaming anything and everything. You get that old, the obligatory thing. You need to complete this by a certain day, or we will da-da-da-da. And it's like, yeah, I've done all that, and here we are, all these weeks later, and then they come up with every cock and bull excuse. It's like, yeah, if I had used that for not submitting my paperwork, you wouldn't
have stood a chance, would you?
Yeah, it's like, bloody bar stewards, ain't they? A lot of them. But that's all right.
I'm old enough to not be so naive to expect efficiency from a government department.
Exactly.
You know who expects efficiency from the government?
Someone who's not worked in one.
Idiots.
Yeah, I used to work for HMSO, mate, and
Yeah, I used to work for DVLA.
Yeah.
we've both signed that official Secrets Act.
Yes. Both still can't discuss certain aspects of what we did.
The funny thing is, I can discuss every aspect because I just booked driving tests, so nobody cares.
Oh, really? I had, how can we say, Westminster stuff is all I can really, so.
Well, I'm up north, and north, I went on Barrow then. I'm up north, and I did driving tests, so I wasn't really in any risk.
No, we had all the House of Commons stuff and stuff for MPs, dispatch box stuff, and so.
Yes.
Quite a bit.
Basically, you made sure all the porn never got made public.
Yeah, you made sure that, Yeah, it was quite interesting if they had a late night sitting, because panic stations would ensue then, because, amount of courier bikes going out.
Oh, yeah.
Another one to Westminster, Yeah, what's going on up there? Late night one tonight.
Late night at Westminster just means beer.
Yeah, but paid well. But the amount of waste was criminal.
My civil service job paid terribly. Even by their early 1990s standards, it was like, wow.
Yeah.
God knows what I would have been making if I'd still been there now.
Yeah.
So, are you going to tell people what I sent you to have a look at Games Workshop today? In case they haven't seen it.
Oh, yeah, it's the new rocker, isn't it? Yeah.
Goth.
Yeah, I'll do a screen share in a sec.
Now, I know you're not goths, but
but
it
it's
doesn't really matter. You can paint it. It doesn't have to be a goth.
Yeah, but it'll work well for the ELO build.
Yeah. Hello.
So it will be purchased, which you knew before you sent me it.
I did not assume anything. I just thought you'd like to see it and find it amusing.
Yeah, it's like, I'm going to get Festa to spend his money.
And by find it amusing, I mean buy it.
Yeah, it's like, I think you knew immediately what the reply would be before I sent it.
Mm-hmm.
You're like, I might have put that in the wish list.
You know who wouldn't expect you to put it in the wish list? People that think the government departments are efficient.
Yeah.
Idiots.
So, yeah. Be something different, wouldn't it?
You're something different.
I like being something different. Makes me feel complete.
You complete me.
I like peas.
I love the way you do that. I love peas.
Need to stop.
You need peas.
Need to stop doing that, don't I, really?
I've not heard much movement from the shower going off or anything.
Oh, really? Okay.
I didn't actually hear your alarm go off either, by the way.
No, it goes off in 3 minutes' time, mate, because I'm letting her have a lay-in today.
Ah, you're being nice to her, are you?
Yeah, I've been nice to her.
Is that because you did something wrong and you're in trouble?
No. We had a thing at the hospital today, so she didn't get to have her morning kit as long as she would like. So.
Is that because you made plans?
Yeah.
You know, every time you plan something, you shouldn't do that.
No. Just had to do something at the hospital. So.
Mm-hmm.
But she's going ahead with her next hand surgery as well.
Oh, cool. When's that going to be?
I don't know. She pulled the pin today. She did an online consult or an e-consult, whatever you want to call it. It's first time all your webcam stuff's come in really useful for me, she said. So, yeah,
at least she knows what to expect now. So there's not as much uncertainty or fear now. She knows exactly what's going to happen and what's going to happen. Yeah,
she's losing the use of her thumb and index finger on the left hand. And I said, look, you need to make a decision, love. And she had a few uncomfortable nights with it during the week, and it knocked it a couple of times. And she said, I'm going to get in touch with him. I said, well, use my stuff to do an e-consult. I said, and do it that way. I said, get the ball rolling now before Crimbo, so that you can look ahead for it in the new year. So she did, you know, she feels a lot better about it now.
That's the thing now is, I mean, now it's just a case of, it's just booking the appointment. There's not all the discussions and stress and stuff over the first time because she knows.
No,
exactly
they've already
what
put her on the
happen.
list. They said as soon as they get a cancellation, they'll just come and take her in. So
there's not all the consults and stuff because she knows what's going to happen. She knows what to expect.
You know, they knew she would be pulling the pin at some point, and yeah, they said, yeah, no worries, been expecting that. Been expecting you to get in touch. She said, yeah, she said, it's got to that point. No worries, we'll get you on the list now and start the ball rolling.
Good.
You know,
then she can stab you with both hands.
Yeah. Yeah, does this mean to say that I get to put things in her sling again to try to,
Yeah, but then it means that when she gets a back use of it, you'll have double slaps.
Yeah. See, but I haven't got a spine surgery awaiting, so she can't get me back this time, can she? So, well, I say that optimistically. I'll probably put a jinx on it now.
Did you really just say out loud about H, she can't get me back?
Yeah.
Did you really just, she can't do anything to me? You really
I
said
did.
That with your mouth and everything.
Yeah. Did you like my optimism there?
I've never met more false optimism in my life. It was almost believable.
You want to give me XP?
Almost.
You want to give me XP for trying, don't you?
No.
No. Gosh, tough crowd. Tough crowd.
If I gave you an achievement, it'd be called the Charge of the Light Brigade.
Get that painted. By the time I've cleaned this brush, I reckon my alarm will go off.
Oh, every time I'm painting a really delicate bit, I get a tickle and I have to cough. It's like, God damn it. Do you know what I said about the little curry place that we started using earlier on?
Yeah.
They've introduced me, because I've never had a takeaway that does this. They've introduced me to roti.
Oh, right.
Roti, which is like they're a bit like chapatis, but thinner and browner.
Yeah.
They're similar to that, but they're roti, and it's so nice. Give me a curry with a whole mess of roti, and I'll be more than happy. I'm not very good at doing the rolling R, though.
No.
I watched a video to see exactly how it was pronounced. And it's like roti, but I can do the TI.
Yeah.
But I can't do the rolling R very easily. You know, the sort of Asian TI.
Yeah.
Do the T as a soft D. I love that. I do love that. The D. It's just great. Sort of Indian Asian accent, but I can't do the rolling R very easily.
Jeff is saying, what am I using to clean my brush? I have a little Tamiya jar, and in it is some of my homebrew Festa made airbrush cleaner. Is what I'm using, Jeff. And it's just off shot in a little jar in there. And then I throw that away at the end of every session.
Is that for airbrushing or brush brushing?
Brush brushing.
Yeah, don't put your what do you call it's in there? Broken toads.
No.
No. They get TLC with the brush soap.
Yeah. If you notice, I'm not using broken toads at the moment. So.
I've not seen what you've been painting, sir. I'm too busy struggling to not die while I'm painting tiny details.
The toads get the masters.
Jolly good. Wow, this missile looked quite good till I painted this red bit on there. Now it looks like really weird.
It's going to mute for a sec to wait to Doris up.
Yeah. I'll have a quick look at chat. What are we doing in chat? Oh, so a sniffle. We're all idiots, says Edward Leonard. Fox dreaming of Betty White in lingerie. Oh, excuse me. Nice, lots of XP for drawing ingredient levels on the bottle. Genius. Yes. He likes his chemical shenanigans, does our Festa. We see what we might have missed in chat. Okay, we've not missed anything in chat. Annie McLeish says, "Me, the third Duke of Wimborne, in a gynecologist's office? Well, it is winking at me. Cairo, 1913.
Jeff likes my writing on the bottles bit, does he?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do it on everything I make.
Marking out your levels.
Yeah, just marks out what's in it, how many bits and bobs go in it.
Do you know, Mephisto Red is completely different if you paint it on top of lead belcher.
Well, yeah, I suppose it comes up a little bit candy apple, does it?
Not quite, but it comes up a bit kind of colder. Weird. Which is weird because it's on a silver, but... What are you eating? What are you eating?
Had one of my snacks, mate, because I needed to...
Tell me all about it.
You know, one of my little biscuit things.
Oh. Read the ingredient label to me.
Too late, it's in the bin.
Oh, damn it. I want to hear all those sexy E numbers.
That's just chocolate chip, mate.
Ooh.
Just something. Pardon me. There you go.
Ooh.
Right. What was I doing?
The only thing I've got that I could eat quickly now is like we've got some grape. I got some grapes from Mama Fox, and yeah, I can't eat grapes.
No, I mean during the streams, I don't like to have anything too heavy because I've got me my main meal.
Yeah,
So,
well, I like grapes, but I can't eat grapes because there'd be consequences.
Them sort of consequences. Yeah.
Yeah. I do apologise. I'm all phlegmy and I don't know what's going on with me.
That's right, mate. Probably going down with something.
Yeah, I could have a cold, perhaps, because I'm old and rubbish.
Well, you've not long had your COVID jab, so yeah, you know.
No, that was rare. That was weeks ago.
Yeah, it is still live virus, isn't it? So.
Yeah. Excuse me. I'm probably just getting a cold, which is that time of year.
Have you had your flu jab yet?
Yep, when I had my COVID jab.
Yeah, I got that jabbed at the same point.
Yeah.
H has got hers tomorrow, I think, her flu jab. She's already had her COVID, but...
The funny thing is, right, when my GP gave me a COVID jab, like about 3 months ago. Oh, no, she had to give me injections for something, I can't remember what it was now. Anyway, I had a bruise on my arm for about a week.
Yeah.
And then when I went for my COVID booster and for my flu jab at the same time, it was the support nurse. And she's like, right, I'll just do you now. And I'm like, okay, brilliant. When have you started? I've already done it. Oh, have you?
Oh, yeah, don't mess about, mate. It's like done, dusted.
So the GP was like, using a spade. And I said, I tell you what, you're much better than Dr. Johnson because she bruised me for a week and I didn't even know you'd done it. She went, oh, well, you see.
Yeah, no, mine are pretty good. You know, I don't mind the whole injection. Well, I can't say I'm afraid of needles, can I? You know what I mean?
No, injections don't bother me.
No, it don't bother me. I just go in, do the thing. You know, at the end of the day, they're doing it for a reason.
Yep.
Which is to keep you well, isn't it?
Yeah, it don't bother me at all. It's not painful at all, really. La, 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 la. Well, this missile's coming along, but it's going to be... I can see that I'm going to have like one really detailed, carefully painted missile, and the rest will be just quick, flat colours because they're already glued on and I can't do anything with them. Yeah, maybe a bit obvious.
Edward Leonard says, Fox, I have an idea for the Boom Up banner. If only you could find a cat on a scooter model, laugh out loud. I see what you did there, Edward. I saw what you did.
Are we to assume then that Edward Leonard's perhaps posted up a picture of his cat on the scooter?
Yeah, that 100 XP for the least subtle hint of the year.
Yeah. That's pretty impressive, that.
That is, isn't it?
That's pretty impressive. I like that.
Yeah, he's taken that to a whole new level, isn't he? I'm impressed.
Mm-hmm. Level up. You've learned new skills. I shall have a look later, Edward. La, la, la. Apologies to everybody, by the way, that I didn't do a Fallout Friday stream yesterday. Not today. I just didn't have time today. I was doing some other bits and bobs today, and I was just tied up. I had a conference call and some other stuff to do, so unfortunately, I had not the time.
Wednesday, I didn't do the e-models Wednesday because jelly legs. It was like, yeah, I tried once to get down the stairs. Won't be doing that again. I'm going to retire for the day.
Yeah, we're done now here. There we go.
It's like, yeah. So apologies, folks, but,
I have to admit, that's the first time in about 10 years I've been able to say I was on a conference call. And I actually was on a conference call.
I'm proud of you, soldier.
Sounds very professional, doesn't it?
All right, what have we got? What have we got?
What do we want, Scruffy McGruffy? When do we want him? Now. Range Hill throwback for all of you there.
Oh, yeah, certainly was, mate. Let's think.
Oh, God, he's thinking.
I know, it's only going to go well for me, isn't it?
Well, you can say that, but it probably isn't.
We got that, and we got that. Ooh, what colour?
We've got that.
Yeah. Sod it.
I've got some craving for no reason.
Sorry?
I've got a sudden craving for no discernible reason.
What's that?
Proper 1980s prawn cocktail.
Oh, what, in the big glass?
Yeah, in the big, Angel Delight glass, as we would call it.
Yeah. Good shout.
Followed by a proper steak Diane. 1980s steak Diane.
Yeah.
Restaurant style.
Oh, mate, with proper restaurant English mustard. Oh.
Yep. And then followed by a proper do-it-yourself at home fondue, like with the little cubes of beef and the little
fondue
candles.
Sets.
My dad bought a fondue set. Yeah, with you get the little cubes of beef, your little pot, and the little candle things, little tea lights.
I could always remember my mum when she discovered the delight of the hostess trolley.
Oh, God, yeah.
Oh, my God, that was brilliant.
We've got one in the house, right, and it's lived under the stairs for like 35 years, and it's never, ever been used. It just sits under the stairs.
Really?
I think it's just got a lot of glasses in it and stuff.
Yeah, the hostess trolley.
There's probably like an RAC car torch and some other bits and bobs in it, and that's about it.
It was a staple of 1970s culture, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Mum has got a hostess trolley with all the little compartments in it. Oh, mate.
And if you were lucky, you bought your hostess trolley and got a free Tees-made clock for the bedroom.
Yeah. Do you know, on my side next to my bed, I have still got an original Goblin Tees-made that I was bought as a wedding present.
Oh.
Still works with the little buff-coloured jug, the teapot, and the little chrome kettle. Oh, mate. Every morning you woken up to the sound. Oh, mate. Yeah.
We've still got in our kitchen cupboard somewhere little red plastic teapots that we may have brought back from Pontins in the 1980s.
Oh, good man.
Little red plastic things.
Yeah.
Like you get in you get them in motorway cafes and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Got loads of those.
Orcosaurus has never had fondue. Yeah. Jeff saying I've forgotten about fondue. Yeah. Fondue sets.
Because there's the fondue, there's the proper Swiss fondue, which is cheese and bread.
Yes.
But then there's 1980s British fondue, which is cubes of beef. And a small metal bowl full of just cooking oil and a lot of tea lights underneath it.
Yeah, we kind of didn't really do it the same as our friends on the continent, did we?
No. We made it British. We made a British fondue.
Yeah, it's like, what's the least fondue thing? I know, let's just put chunks of beef in it.
Yeah.
And spam.
Lamb. I think we tried a lamb once.
Yeah.
I can't remember, though.
Chew sets.
Painting these little triangles is actually quite hard.
Oh, God, how cultured were we back then, eh? Bloody hell.
Terribly not.
I don't know whether you do it in the chat, but we have programs on in the UK which are quite nostalgic for the 70s and 80s, and it goes back to what we used to do back then or have as luxuries. And the fondue set and the hostess trolley have made an appearance, along with old games that were available at Christmas, as well as Christmas adverts and telly and that. And it's really quite funny, isn't it, Fox? When you see it on the screen, you think, oh, damn, I remember that. Yeah.
Like Christmas was always like, in the 1970s and early 80s, it was always Monopoly.
Yeah.
And in terms of games, Monopoly and Battleships.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then in the late 80s, it became Trivial Pursuit was a Christmas game.
Yeah.
Do you remember Trivial Pursuit?
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, Trivial Pursuit.
Pretty sure that's still going.
It is still going, yeah.
God.
Yeah, Cluedo.
No, we never played Cluedo in this house.
Oh, really? Yeah. Mrs. Scarlet in the conservatory with the lead piping.
Mrs. Scarlet in the conservatory with the gardener.
Yeah.
Way.
Yeah, old Professor Plumber, Mrs. Scarlet. Hey. He's got that look about him, dirty old git. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, Professor Plum. You Plum. What did there?
See what you did there. What you did there.
Reverend Green. Mrs. White. The cook. Oh, mate. Now we're going back. I want to play Cluedo now.
I don't think I've actually ever played Cluedo.
I think in the States it's just called Clue, isn't it?
So,
yeah.
It's the movie of the same name.
Yeah.
I can officially confirm painting these little triangles on this missile is a ball ache.
Yeah, you're not having fun there, are you, mate?
Well, they'll look fine with a wash on them.
It'll be fine, mate. I've got faith in you, soldier.
Yeah.
I trust you.
It's more just a case of with Games Workshop, often you can just put the brush on the surface and it'll just fill gaps. But these are quite fiddly. They're not quite as cooperative. And also, having just bemoaned the 1980s colour palette of the Games Workshop, I'm kind of reproducing it with red, blue, and yellow here. So the irony has not been lost on me. Let's just leave it at that.
Mm.
Have you heard movement from upstairs?
Yeah, I did ring her. Yeah, have you not heard anything?
Well, I can't really tell when I'm on the website version because it cut it out anyway. So
yeah, it sounds a bit low, isn't it?
No, I think it's an extra noise filter the website adds to it, which filters out anything quiet. So
yeah, I was going to say I checked my meters and they're all on 100%. So
no, it's like an extra filter for my benefit.
Yeah,
I think. It's not anything that goes out to the stream.
Yeah, it's like a noise gate stroke suppression, isn't it? That they
yes, which is annoying because I don't need it.
No,
you know, we don't need it. I don't need it.
You don't need it. You got ears like a shit house rat.
Well, I don't need it because the stream isn't coming through me. So
yeah,
I don't know. Right. There you go.
There you go.
This yellow, blue, and red all next to each other. I really am channeling 1980s Games Workshop paint team. I feel the urge to do the most horrendously bright edge highlighting.
Oh, good man. Resist the urge.
Maybe do a base with bright green texture and yellow dry brushing.
You really want to now, don't you?
No.
You do, don't you?
No.
I like peas.
The funny thing is, right, if you look at that 80s style with the really harsh edge highlights,
yeah,
it's actually really hard to do it because you've got to do a lot of really neat edge highlights. And it's like, if you don't like edge highlighting, that whole retro 80s style is not going to happen.
It was a thing, though, wasn't it?
It still is now, but in those days, it was like if you paint someone black, then you'd have an edge highlight that blue.
Yeah.
Look at like the old 80s paint jobs for like Dark Angels. It's horrendous.
Still see a lot of it though.
There's a bit of a thing in vogue at the minute to paint things in that style, but for a laugh. But nowadays, if somebody rocked up with an army painted in that style, they'd just be laughed. Because it's a terrible style. You wouldn't want to paint a whole army like that.
God, no.
Okay, a one-off just for fun to tip of the hat to the original, yeah, but no, if you walked into a game store with that paint style, they'd be like, what?
Oh, yeah.
That? It would be a bad paint job, basically.
Yeah. Massive mockage would ensue, would it?
Well, then again, I suppose you have to look at what paints even the professionals were using. They didn't have things like shades and stuff, so...
Well, this is it. You know, the colour palette was completely different back then, wasn't it?
Yeah. I suppose the original Citadel paint range was quite small.
At the end of the day, there you go. Sorry, I knocked the camera, folks. I do apologise.
Gentlemen, not your cameras.
I keep doing that. Let's try and give you so you can see what I'm up to. But yeah,
what are you up to?
Yeah, it was a different style. It was a different set of colours, and like you say, they didn't have shades and all of that lot.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Do 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 do. Super match game.
Super match game. Here's what you would have won.
I fear I may have a large Trump building up.
Oh, go for it.
I don't know. It's potentially risky after 2 days of curry.
Oh.
May not be something I want to risk live on the telly box.
Yeah, you don't blow back, mate. Well, that could end nastily, mate.
Yes, I may want to perhaps...
Yeah, you might want to suppress that one.
Be tactical about the timing and location of the actual...
Yeah.
Sudden decompression.
Yeah,
perhaps.
you don't want to make a tactical withdrawal, do you?
Withdrawal would be the right word. Yes. Explosive decompression might be better.
Yeah, you don't want that to happen, mate.
No, not live on the telly box. Right, I shall repaint these silver bits.
He had a disappointed look on his face as he sauntered to the bathroom.
He had the look of a disappointed horse.
That would be Bill Bixby's walking away music to a treat, wouldn't it?
It's bad that I remember the book. This is the thing, I don't know why, but even from when I was a little kid, I have this memory for tunes.
Yeah.
So, for example, like Save All Your Kisses for Me, right?
Yeah.
I remember standing in the kitchen singing or humming it.
Yeah.
And yeah, I must have only heard it once or twice. And I was only about, like, what, 3 or 4 or something, 5 or 6.
Yeah, but it had such a hook to it, didn't it? That it just immediately stuck.
Well, it's like the walking away music there. I must have only ever watched the Incredible Hulk like once or twice when I was a kid. I only really watched it once or twice, and I know that.
And everyone knows the walking away music, don't they? You go, walking away music, Incredible Hulk.
But that's the thing. I think I've lost it a bit now, and I'm not quite that way now. But I think when I was a kid, I just had this almost eidetic memory for tunes, and I could pick them up real quick, and then I knew what they were. Right, let's get this puppy tidied up with the metallics, and then we'll give it a bit of a shade.
Bit of a shade.
Should I do some bronze? I don't know. Might be overdoing it. I don't want to do too much on this missile because the other one's going to be dead simple compared to this, and that'll be rubbish. You're 50, Fox. Stuff happens, literally. I said a little bit, Leonard. Since shit happened. Dorkasaurus says, well, I took my sleeping pain pill and struggling to stay awake. Good night, everyone. Glad you got to see me.
Yeah, take care, Dorks, mate. Thanks for coming in, mate.
It was a pleasure to be within you.
We'll catch up with you on a Sunday, no doubt, mate.
Yeah. Candygram says, yes, it was just called Clue in the US. We used to play it quite a lot. I really like the secret passage where you could go corner to corner in one move.
Yeah.
I never went there, says Dorkasaurus. And Edward says, oh, no, it's 2 different conversations. Oh, no, we had a restaurant in Florida, says Edward, that everyone cooks the whole meal in fondue pots from dessert to the main course called the melting pot. And you cook your own food. Dorkasaurus says, I never went there. And Edward says, yes, unfortunately, my wife loves it. I can imagine that's basically a heart attack in a bill when you get the bill.
Absolutely, mate. What a way to go, though.
It's like, what was it called? Welcome to the melting pot. Do you have medical insurance?
Yeah.
We strongly recommend that you do. For the reasons. Shaking.
I'm wondering, I think we might still have a fondue set in the cabinet in the lounge.
Oh, is it something you will be allowed to eat?
Not now,
I'm sensing there's a potential for a video here.
I'm tempted.
You need to order a mullet wig and a big floppy collar safari jacket.
Mullet wig, look at you. You know what we found the other day that we ended up having a good giggle about?
One.
We found a wedding album.
Oh, the wedding album.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Bring it.
The wedding pictures. Yeah. It's like, oh my God.
I think that's something you need to do as a Patreon and member reward. Like, if you're a patron and a member, I'll post up, you post up one of your wedding pictures so you can see the mullet.
I'll do that.
But only for members and patrons to reward them.
Yeah, but I'd be mocked so heavily.
Exactly. That's why I'm strongly recommending it.
Yeah, but you're doing it just to get back because you got the ponytail, It's less like, yeah.
You're not telling me things here that I haven't already understood.
Yeah, it's...
If I could find a decent picture of me in the ponytail, I'd show it you. The only one I've got is me with my hair all floppy down. So
yeah, it's like, yeah.
Which isn't quite as impressive.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Plus, there's other people in the photograph, and I don't particularly want them to.
My 1980s glasses, and oh my God. And H don't look at any bloody different. That's the killer.
If it's any comfort, nobody had good glasses in the 1980s.
Yeah. When my boys saw them a few years ago, they're like, "Who's that bloke you're with then, Mum?" That's your dad. Naff off. They didn't recognise me. I look totally different.
There's talking of 80s glasses, there's a story on BBC News website. Now, I can't remember what the story's about. It's just one of those ones in the list of stories. It might have gone by now. But it was about some bloke. It's probably about the current economic climate or something.
Yeah.
Oh, it was about some guy who's had to, if you can go, anybody out there, go to the BBC website. There's some guy who's had to take on like 3 extra jobs just to pay the bills.
Mm.
Which is a sad story, and he's got like a little recording studio, and it's not really relevant. But the thing that stood out for me was he's wearing what could be possibly the worst pair of glasses you've ever seen in your entire life.
Oh, really?
Since 1984. I looked at him and like, I feel for your plight, mate, but you'd really need to not ever wear those glasses ever again.
Did they put John Major's square 1980s glasses to shame?
I wouldn't be surprised if they were Bakelite.
Oh.
Go and have a look now. Just go and find it. It's on the BBC News web. It may still be on there. I don't know.
Oh. Nice.
I strongly encourage anybody can get to bbc.co.uk/news, but go to BBC and look for the story of the gentleman. I'm sure he's a very nice guy and it's a very sad story, but at the end of the day, you need to really not wear those glasses ever again. They're almost Chris Evans level of derision. But he's not Chris Evans, so he doesn't get that level of derision from me. He just made an unfortunate spectacle choice, I think.
Proper Ted Mulch. They got an hardwood surround.
Yeah. And the funny thing was, when I was getting my new glasses about a year ago, I went into, earlier this year, I looked at some frames and I thought, because I love watching the old videos, like, for example, you might see James Burke when they were doing like the Apollo landings, and James Burke there with a few other people.
Yeah.
And all the presenters had those kind of like 1970s, slightly thicker frame black glass. I'm like, you know what?
Yeah,
I should look for a pair of them.
Yeah, the proper horn rims. Yeah.
No, not horn rims, but they were just like chunky frames.
Yeah.
So when I was looking at glasses, I spotted a couple of pairs on the rack. And I'm like, you know what? I should just get a pair for fun. Because when you see like an old new, they look kind of cool in context in 60s and 70s footage. So I put a pair on, and they were proper like, 2 Ronnie style glass, and I'm like, well, we must never speak of this again.
Yeah.
I put them on, looked in the mirror, and then instantly took them off and thought, yeah, we'll never speak of this again.
It's a pair of Michael Caine specials, isn't it, back from the day? And you're like, seemed a good idea at the time. I now look like a gangster rapper. Yeah, I'll just put them back over there and
that's
walk
the thing.
off.
In context, from footage of somebody they look perfect, but it's like, no.
You've got to say you look like that guy off of Run DMC, ain't you?
I don't know what that means. I know nothing of such things.
Yeah. Oh dear. Yeah, that high opinion I once held you in. Yeah.
I don't know. It's not my kind of music. Popular beat combo nonsense.
Oh no, I'm on about the glasses.
Oh no. It's like they were kind of like two Ronnie style, 70s two Ronnie style. Or Eric Morecambe style.
Yeah.
And I thought, there's got to be some retro value to... No, take them off. Don't ever talk about this again.
Yeah.
It was truly a mistake that I shall never repeat. I was most disappointed because when you see them in context, they look kind of cool.
Yeah, you sit there and you think, yeah, what possessed me to go down this dark, dangerous road?
Yeah. It's like even the glasses that Barry Took from Points of View was wearing in a video I saw the other day.
Oh, Barry Took, yeah.
Even the glasses he was wearing were less offensive than the ones from the guy on the BBC News story.
Yeah, he had the flattest lenses ever in a pair of glasses, didn't he? They was like a sheet, literally just a sheet of flat glass.
Yeah.
Large. God, I bet they used to burn the skin if he walked out in the sun, mate. Proper old school.
The 70s glasses had a certain something to them, like just men's glasses, the normal black frame. But 80s glasses, no, there was nothing good about any glasses in the 1980s.
No.
Everybody looked like flipping Gail Barlow.
Yeah. And then, of course, like don't forget, in the 80s, you also had glasses that were worn by Timmy Mallet.
Timmy, what's his second name? Mallet.
Yeah. And you're talking about all the obnoxious day glow coloured frames you could ever wish to see, and it's like, The
one thing I always see now is like when you see someone and they've got a pair of glasses on, and they've got like bright white frames, and it's like, oh, it's not a good look. No.
Yeah. The only way is Essex.
I saw a guy on a news program, and he was being interviewed. He was like a pundit, and he was wearing, I can only describe a sort of 1940s style round glasses, like proper, like, bank manager, quite small round lenses, which by themselves would be quite cool. But they were in bright white plastic.
Oh, no.
And it's like, and it's like that's the bit from Austin Powers where the guy's got the mole and he's going, mole! It's the only thing you see is these stupid... I'm like, wow, you really need to never wear those glasses on television ever again.
Yeah, you sit there and you're like, what possessed you to... Yeah.
I mean, my glasses aren't brilliant, but I don't go out in public, and I work to a budget. But, there were some bad glasses.
I just try to go for unassuming. It's like, I've got several pairs of different ones, but...
Retro Rabbit says, folding underpants on a Friday night, adulting sucks. I can't take the word underpants seriously. It's a children's word to me.
Yeah.
It's the same as calling the man parts a willy. It just can't take it. It's underpants.
Yeah, it's a bit like if you say shite, no one bats an eyelid. But if you go plop, people have that schoolboy snigger, don't they? Like,
and it's like, the funny thing is, right, if you say poop, the American poop, that's fine. If you say poo, it's just stupid. It's childish. Whereas I'm going for a poop, it just works because I'm going for a poo. Nobody says poo.
Yeah.
I'm going for a great big poo. No, nobody says that.
Yeah. It's like,
Edward Leonard says, it's sad to say, but my brain and Fox's brain are on the same level. I can't remember what that was about there.
Yeah, that is very, very sad to even admit, Edward. You have my full undying sympathy, mate.
Then he says, but then again, I have been partaking. He also says, my poll says yes to the wedding photos, 99-1 on thebiggestpolls.com. So, you lose.
Yeah, it's... I lost that as soon as I even mentioned it, really, didn't I?
Yep. Well, you mentioned it, and I just dove in there like an assassin.
You just undrilled and quartered me before I even had a chance, mate.
Your mistake wasn't mentioning it.
Yeah, it was.
Your mistake was mentioning it live on a live stream with members of the public and me.
Yeah, it's one of those. Cole, I know what's a good idea. What's that, Fox? Why didn't you go in the kitchen and do a video of you touching all the Helen's appliances?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Well, the thing is like, even if I wasn't here, I think the audience would have still, you would have still shot yourself in the foot with the audience, because they would have been like, oh, what's this? Oh, wedding photo. Oh, get them out. Yeah. We want to see them. At least I turned it around to a mercenary level and said, put on Patreon.
It's like old passport photos, isn't it? It's like, yeah.
I'd show you mine, but I'd have to show you all the other stuff, which is I don't want to show. So
yeah, exactly.
I look like some kind of like slightly ropey 1980s Italian arms dealer. It's kind of weird.
Yeah.
I can't remember what the one on my driving license is. It's probably the same photograph. Oh no, it won't be as old as that.
I wouldn't know. That'd be bad because it's years and years and years old.
I think my passport's expired now, to be honest.
Yeah, I think mine is long done, mate.
Long since expired. I think I might actually finish An Missile tonight.
Oh, you're good.
Maybe only because I'll get so far and get bored, and I don't want to paint anything more on it.
Yeah. No, you go careful, soldier.
Again, I can't make it too complicated because it'll stand out compared to the other ones because they're going to be fairly simple.
I'm proud of you.
You're filling up. You're filling up.
Well enough, I am.
Oh no, that's a bit. Missed that bit. Oh, there you go. Say no. Oh. I'm painting tiny details and straight lines, but I'm actually using a medium layer brush to do it.
Oh, you go careful.
That's real Duncan Rhodes territory, that is.
God, mate. Honestly, I'm in with painting royalty now.
The little silver rods that go down the side of the missile.
Yeah.
Painting them, but with the medium layer brush.
Oh,
I did blob one bit on the blue. I've got to tidy that up. But...
Yeah, this is why you're a guru. Keep telling you.
Yeah. Also, I'm quite disheartened by how much of the actual silver paint's already come off it, even though I've only been painting it in 15 minutes. You really got to be careful handling. It's the real downside about acrylic paints is they're so finicky and easy to remove.
Yeah, I think we've both probably rubbed more paint off of the models through moving them around than we. Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's probably loads of weathering on this that's unintentional. It's just me handling it.
Yeah, you sit there and you think, I'm sure I painted that, and you're like, yeah, I have been picking it up and putting it down.
I have to say that the worst offender is the ammo paints. They are by far the least durable of any acrylics I've ever used.
I am tempted to give it a matte coat, if I'm honest, just to try to lock stuff in a bit, but that's still going to rub off anyway, so...
Well, no, if it's a matte varnish coat...
Yeah, no, it's...
Then it'll be a bit more durable. Varnish is more durable.
Yeah, a bit more.
I'm not going to bother with anything now, because one of the last things I'll do before I do... I'll do all my... base painting. I'm still base painting at the moment. I'll do all that. I'll do all the weathering. Then I'll do a very light dry brush of metallics over some of the metal parts, just in certain areas. Then I'll give it a matte coat to make them all dull down. And then I'll do one last sort of bright metallic pass just to get some shiny metallic parts. So you have grey bits, dry brushing the grey metallics that are just grey, and then some shiny little edges. I'll do a matte coat before that. So put the lid back on that. I was going to do a brass thing, wasn't I? Oh, yeah. Little bit of brass.
Little bit of brass.
I ain't got no... Oh, yes, I have. No, I haven't. That's brown. I don't want brown. I want brass. Where there's muck.
Where there's muck, there's brass.
It has a Rune Lord Brass. Sounds a bit dry in there. Let's do...
Great paint name.
Rune Lord. I've got Brass Scorpion. Gehenna's Gold. Brass Scorpion. There we go. You need to give it a really good shake because it separates out.
That sounds so wrong.
We did.
I'm just putting a bit of Nuln oil on my gun.
Nuln. Do you know why it's called Nuln oil?
No.
Because it's oil that comes from Nuln. Nuln is a place, I think, in Warhammer Fantasy.
There you
There's
go.
Oil.
I suppose I was asking for that one, really, wasn't I?
Yeah, that's the funny thing though with the Games Workshop paints. They do all have stupid names, but at the same time, they all mean something in the lore of it.
I love the naming of their paints. You know, you sort of, what on earth possessed them to call that paint that? You know, but...
Like, I think Rune Lord Brass and Brass Scorpion relate to the Necrons, I think.
Yeah.
Not quite the colour I wanted, but it'll have to do. Because it's the colour I've got. Not the colour I want, but it's the colour I deserve.
Get your own oil here. Get your own oil here for £8 a pound.
Fresh from Nuln.
Edward Leonard says more ballroom is 500 XP at Retro Rabbit Studios. Absolutely.
Ballroom? Who's doing ballroom?
Retro says to you, their sacks, boxer short or boxer briefs with patented ballpark pouch. Is that less silly for you?
I don't want to.
That's... Yeah. Okay.
Just say pants.
Yeah.
Or if you're Australian, you can say undercrackers.
Yeah, undercrackers. Get your undercrackers here.
Or, well, they can also say tighty whities, which sounds quite good.
Let's have a bit of
Bloke was running down the road in his tighty whities.
yeah.
Jeez, mate.
Aussies, brilliant. Got such a gift with language, ain't they, out there?
Love the people. Don't ever want to go to the country.
Really? I love it out there.
No, because everything wants to kill me. I would literally die of everything. I'd literally step off the plane and my body would just instantly desiccate.
Yeah, you would step off the plane, turn around and want to get back on the plane again for... Yeah. I don't want to go there. Why? Because everything wants to eat me. Is the correct answer.
Yeah. It's quite a nice colour, this, actually. What is it? Brass Scorpion. Quite a nice, bright, roti. No, quite bright, reddy brass colour. Woo, very nice.
Okay, you with your reddy brass.
Can't look too good. All the other missiles will be like red and silver. This one's got all details and checkers and everything. Can you guess which missile was removed from the model before it was painted? Can you tell? Oh, sniffled. You're thinking of Tasmania, where even the grass wants to kill you. I thought Tasmania was fairly. I'd love to go to New Zealand though.
Yeah.
Because nothing wants to kill you in New Zealand. My mate lives in New Zealand. I'd love to go to New Zealand. It's like a place the size of England and Britain, and it's got like 5 people living there. Amazing. And you touch up that colour. Little bit of touching up, steady. Where's my big palette? Stay on target. Stay on target. Don't you fall over, young lady. There you go. I basically painted a Scottish missile, I think.
You're a Scottish missile.
Did you know? Ah, la, la, la. More ballroom is 500 XP, says Edward Leonard. Oh, didn't you read that one? You read that one, didn't you?
I think I did, yes.
I think you did. Strictly ballroom. Underpants. It's just it's a 1970s children's word. Underpants.
Yeah. Running around it. Well, this is the thing. If you left your PE kit at home, you had to do your PE in your pants and vest, didn't you?
In your underpants.
Yeah, that's like, you, as a child in the 70s, you never, ever left your football kit or anything,
Yeah, that's the worst thing you could do. See, to me, the problem for me is that the word underpants, to me, just all I see in my brain instantly is dark purple Y fronts with white piping.
Yeah.
That's all I can see in my brain.
Yeah, that was the default choice, wasn't it? Yeah.
So if you give me underpants, I'm now imagining you walking around in purple Y fronts with white piping.
Yeah.
It's not a good look for anybody.
Yeah.
And if you ever want a really good laugh, it sounds really weird, but if you ever want a really good laugh, look up on Google just like 1970s British underwear catalogue or catalogue underwear models. Like, you go to your local into your catalogue and they'd have like the underwear section, and not for the women but for the men, because they all look terrible.
What about the same bloke with the bouffant hairdo and the handlebar moustache?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's got a string vest and string underpants. You're like, oh dear Lord.
It's the way that you have a group of fellas stood there as if they're chatting about the football match, and they're just in their pants.
Yeah, doing their man from CNA pose. Yeah. Stood around a tree in their underwear.
Yeah, they're just randomly pointing over there.
Yeah. But yeah, it's just the most funniest thing ever. It's like 1970s British.
Well, they all rather uncannily looked like Tom Selleck out of Magnum, didn't they? And it's like, yeah.
Well, if Tom Selleck was a lot cheaper Northern Englishman, yeah.
Yeah, and it's like, yeah.
If Tom Selleck, in fact, came from Preston.
Yeah.
Circa 1975.
Yeah, it's like, yeah.
He came from Preston and had like nothing more than downing a pint of Watney's.
Yeah, Watney's. Watney's Wally. Yeah. Oh God, what fond memories we have of that era.
Yeah. Drinking a pint of Watney's while he had half a pack of Silk Cut on the go on the bar.
Yeah.
No, sorry, half a pack of Players Special. Get it right.
We reminisce about them times, don't we?
Yeah.
Oh, what fun we had.
The funny thing is, it's like people say, oh, you think about the 70s through rose-tinted glasses. I'm like, absolutely, because I was like a kid.
Yeah.
Like I was born in 71, so to me, like the first 9 years of my life were in the 70s. So I'd love, I know it's never going to happen, but I would love nothing more than the chance to go back and experience the 70s as an adult. Like, just
absolutely.
Travel back in time to see exactly what it was like, not what it was like when I was a kid, but just to see exactly what it was like. Because I'd probably be shocked.
Yeah.
I'd be horribly shocked.
That's where programs like Ashes to Ashes and what was the first one called?
Life on Mars.
Life on Mars. You sit there and think, yeah, I'd love a bit of that, just to go back and see how bland it really was.
Yeah, because as a kid, my memory is always that it was like nice and sunny and warm and friendly and happy. But whenever I look at photographs from the 70s, it always looks cold and
cold, damp, and bleak, doesn't it?
The 60s look just grim and cold as F. They look horrible.
Yeah.
In old photographs, you look at it and it's like, God, it looks like everybody was like a January. Every day was like a blustery grey January day in the 1960s. And I said to Mum, was it really like that? Was the 60s always cold? And we went, no, it was not.
Yeah.
I don't know. Of course, in reality, of course, it's just that the camera film at the time made it look like that, because that was the kind of standard Kodak stock that you had.
Yeah.
70s films are a bit more colour
everything
sensitive.
just looks like various colours of tan, doesn't it? It's like
every bit dulled in the 60s. 70s Kodak films got a bit better.
70s you had Magnolia Man, didn't you? And it's like
everything got bright, but yes. So it would be interesting to go back to the 70s as an adult.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good shout, actually. Yeah.
It's like I've said before many times, why am I always so happy about the 70s? And I've always said before, every decade I've lived in has been miserable to some degree.
Yeah.
Except the 1970s. But that's because every
Because we was
decade I've
young
lived
kids. Yeah.
Yeah, every decade I've lived it, I've been stuck as an adult doing adult shit, and it's been horrible. You know, so, but in the 70s, I was a kid, everything was brilliant. Nobody cared. It was brilliant.
Yeah.
So that's why I like the 70s so much.
70s was very carefree for us because we were children.
Yeah.
You know, I was 10 years old, you know, it was...
We started our childhood in the 70s, let's say. I wouldn't say we finished it any time, ever.
No, I'm still 5.5, mate, and I'm happy.
The only thing I don't do now is fall out of trees all the time. Other than that, I'm sure there's a grumpy sheep in New Zealand that has your name on its list. Model making guru, says Rabbit.
Yeah, you're probably not far wrong there, mate.
Even a grumpy sheep would probably still be really nice, and friendly.
It's funny though, isn't it, when you think of some of the stupid things we did in the 70s, and yet you'd still do it again.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no, I do miss it. I reminisce for that period of time. Purely because that unassuming innocence you had at that age, you kind of wish you still had.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. I mean, it's more just that everything was brilliant. When you're 7 years old, everything's the best thing in the world.
Well, yeah, the real world as an adult is absolute shite, isn't it? Let's be honest. Whereas as a kid, it's like, scrumping.
Well, I remember when I was a kid in the 70s, we had one of them, them things where you stick a chunk of cheese in and you turn it round and it grinds the cheese.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like a little box with a handle and you turn it.
Yeah.
We had one of them and I felt that was the most fascinating thing ever when I was about 7 years old. I made that into a toy and it's just a cheese grater.
Yeah. I used to like the chip making machine that you put a potato in. You used to pull the handle, the chips would come out the back of it.
Yep.
I used to love that, standing there with my mum with a big bag of spuds doing the chips with her.
Oh, yeah.
And her imparting her worldly wisdom onto us,
Oh, yeah.
Bless her.
Mm-hmm. Everything's brilliant when you're a kid.
Oh, yeah. Yes. Is it as good for kids now? I don't know.
I'm sure kids nowadays are happy with what they've got.
Yeah. Still not as good as the 70s, though.
No. I mean, we can only say now that it's not as good as the 70s because we were there in the 70s, but
yeah,
you don't know, do you? What kids have now, they'll probably think exactly the same. We might not think of much of it, but see, to me, running around, going to the local field and just climbing up trees and playing around there, it was great. That was brilliant.
Yeah, absolutely,
Some kids nowadays wouldn't even have a local field, so they wouldn't even know.
They wouldn't know that, would they? Social networking for us was meeting your mates at the park.
Yeah. Rabbit says, in the 80s, we'd get 130 plus or minus kids trick-or-treating. This year, I had 4.
Yeah.
Now, Retro Rabbit gets extra 10 XP for that because he uses the fancy plus-minus symbol. I'm going to guess, Rabbit, you had to go into character map and find that symbol. Is that right? And copy it?
Yeah.
Or do you just happen to know the alt number code for it?
That'd be even better if he does.
See, I know things like 0163 and 0153 and stuff, but only a few. I can tell you now that pipe is alt 124.
Yeah. When's the last time you had to use a pipe in something?
I've used it precisely once.
Yeah.
I did it in a YouTube title, and then I read a thing saying, you don't want to put... Some people thought that putting pipe in the title helped you in the ratings, but it didn't, apparently.
No.
I think I'll be lucky if I paint one missile tonight.
I'm impressed, though.
It looks like an abomination.
I'm proud of you.
It's got some kind of like middle, dark ages, medieval kind of heraldry colours going on with the little yellow spikes and the...
Yeah, but it's a contraption of bombness, isn't it, at the end of the day?
Yeah. We'll give it a quick tinkle of the old Agrax Earth shadings. A light tinkle. Just not a heavy tinkle.
That's what I was doing. Going to give that another quick coat. Retro Rabbit says, I have a macro set up for Alt keys. Don't know, the hash off the top of my head is function F3, isn't it? The hash.
Yeah, well, then you go. He's obviously on a Mac, then, isn't he, if he's using function?
Yeah. Yeah. Or is it, is it the control one on the Mac? It's the option key on the Mac. Option.
I have no idea.
Yeah, option shift F3, I think it is, mate.
I think if you've set up a macro for you, then that just makes you a class A nerd.
Nothing wrong with a macro keypad, mate. I'm just going to sit back and ignore that I said that.
I mean, we're all geeks, but if you've got a macro set up for your special symbols, that makes you a geek and also a class A nerd. Nothing wrong with being a nerd, don't get me wrong, but it makes you one.
Yeah, there's a bit of neckbeard entitlement going in there, isn't there?
Yeah.
But in a nice way.
Makes me labia mermaids. I said it, didn't I? Oh, well.
You did. Better than how I say it.
Find my labia. There it is. I need to clean my water out. I should be back in one moment after I've cleaned out my water pot.
Yeah, no worries. Several families come by just to visit R2 every year, says Jeff. Yeah, that is brilliant, though, mate. You got to admit, that's proper geek points there, Jeff. You know, no one can take that away from you, mate. That's millions of gazillions of billions of trillions of XP for that, mate. It is cool. We do like Jeff's R2.
Yeah, may have to go for a great big wee at some point.
Yeah, I mean, what's the time now? Yeah, what do you want to do? Come off at about 2:15?
Whenever you, it's up to you, mate. It's your show. You do what you want to do.
Yeah, no, because yeah, it'd probably be a good run. So, yeah, come off in about 10-15 minutes' time.
Okay.
Either that or do you want to go till 4? I don't mind. It's,
your show.
Yeah, I know.
You call the shot. Johnny's show. You call the shots.
A little bit of that in there.
My erstwhile chum.
My erstwhile chum. Oh dear.
I like that phrase. Erstwhile chum. It's a good phrase, that.
Chumularity.
Not often you get to use the word chum.
No. My missus just thinks we're both mad. It's like, yeah.
You're not wrong.
I said, you know us both so well. She went, yeah. She said,
your missus knows many things.
She said, you both encourage each other to do the silliest and stupidest of things. It's the correct answer.
She should just be grateful that we don't actually live in close proximity, because then we'd be doing all these crazy things physically.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then her life really would be just a living hell then, because yeah. Luckily for her, there's no physical way for us to do that. So
yeah. Yeah, I think that's when she would be going, oh, yeah, I really need to. Yeah.
Yeah, it's when she'd look out the window and see me and you trying to climb up a tree or something.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
I cannot believe that you both thought getting on that piece of rope with the tyre on the end and trying to swing across that canal was a good idea. Okay, love.
All right. Comes out to us when we're digging a hole in the garden. What are you doing? Well, that's a stupid question.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's time team's fault that even nowadays, like over the last 30 years, I've had this overriding desire to dig a hole in my garden.
Yeah.
Just to see what's there.
I've always wanted an underground man cave.
Oh yeah, I've often fantasized about winning the lottery and building a massive bunker complex under my garden.
I don't know whether you ever watch Colin Furs, but he's built a huge, great big complex of steel rooms under his house and garden. And it's like, oh, so wish that I had that.
Well, apparently, I read an article. I think it was on BBC News years ago, and it was saying that, because building extensions on your houses requires planning permission.
Yeah,
it was saying things like, Do you actually need planning permission to build under your house, like in under the garden? Because apparently, as long as you meet some basic safety requirements, you don't need planning permission because you're not.
That's right.
You're not going to obscure anybody's view of whatever. No. My wife decorates like crazy, says Edward, because it's her favourite holiday, but it's upsetting to her that nobody really is trick-or-treating anymore.
Yeah.
Kids nowadays are all evil and too cynical, I think, is basically what we're saying here.
Yeah, we didn't have a lot this year. Surprised me.
We had none.
I think the weather had a lot to do with it, though.
Yeah, maybe.
Because we had the storm that night, and...
Storm! I think that's a local ice hockey team. Manchester Storm.
Yeah, I mean, you don't hear that sound of kids laughing and joking at the park that you once heard.
You know why? Because kids are all evil and miserable nowadays.
Yeah, all you ever hear now is kids effing and jeffing, and you're like, that hum of kids just messing around on the swings and chilling out, so it doesn't seem to be a thing now.
Sounds that I miss from, like, you know, when I was a kid is things like the sound that the kids make when they run in that way that only kids run in the start right shoes.
Yeah.
A kind of slightly slappy running sound because they kind of run like
yeah,
like young kid, and then laughing at the same time. And the one thing that always brings a smile to my face in the summer months is we're probably about a mile from my local primary school where I went to school.
Yeah.
But the best thing is, like, on a summer's day, you can hear all the kids in the playground at playtime and lunchtime and stuff.
Yeah.
Because they're so loud. So you go and sit out in the garden on a summer's day, and then you'll hear, like, it'll be nice, and then you'll suddenly hear, like, the screaming of, like, 200 kids running around the playground. You're like, it's, like, quite far away.
Yeah.
So you can hear it, but it's quite echoey. And it's like, it's like as pleasing as the songs of a blackbird. It's that kind of, like, nice, pleasing background wallpaper noise. It's I mean, I think I hate kids, but I like the sound of happy kids playing because it cheers me up.
Yeah, it's that sound of... Yeah, it makes you reminisce for what it was like when we was kids, you know. You'd just be running around in a carefree way, and you don't seem to hear a lot of that nowadays.
That's the only time you hear that nowadays is from the local primary school's playground.
Yeah. You know, and I don't know whether it's the same for other folks, whether they don't hear it, but certainly you don't hear it down here.
Rabbit says, I think I only got the neighbourhood kids because their parents felt bad for me. Lol, they're good kids. Funny thing is, though, don't forget, of course, that here in the UK, we don't really give a crap about Halloween anyway over here. It's not.
It's never been a big thing, is it?
No. See, for us, it's more bonfire night. You used to go around trick-or-treating. It's not...
Yeah.
Halloween over here is like,
Well, yeah, it was penny for the guy, wasn't it?
Yeah. I mean, Halloween, honestly, when I was a kid, Halloween was nothing. I don't remember ever doing like Halloween type stuff.
No, we didn't have trick-or-treating. You probably did, but we certainly never went trick-or-treating.
Yeah.
For us, it was the whole bonfire night, Guy Fawkes night.
I'm pretty sure as a kid we used to trick-or-treat on bonfire night, not for Halloween.
You know, I think you're right. Yeah, it was, because it was like penny for the guy, trick or treat all in one, wasn't it?
Yeah. No, we never had Halloween over here. It's
that's the point. Yeah,
because to us trick or treat, because it's trick or treat and treacle toffee and bonfires.
That was it. Yeah,
and stuff.
That was it. Yeah.
Because I remember we went round one year doing trick or treat, me and my friends, and I was about 9 or 10. And we were doing penny for the guy. For those that don't know, it's Guy Fawkes night. You always have like a straw dummy thing in it, whatever. Penny for the guy.
Yeah.
But that particular time, basically, they put me in gloves and trousers and a big tube parka.
Yeah.
I said, right, sit in this wheelbarrow and don't move. Put a mask on. There you go. Right, you're the guy.
Yeah.
Because the kids are supposed to make a guy, make this dummy, and then show it around and try and get some money out of the locals. Penny for the guy.
Yeah.
It's just like, give us your money for no reason. Okay. So, but I was the guy. And the people were like, "Well, that's a very good guy. It looks very realistic." Yeah, I had a mask on. Is it a real person? No, we made it. Okay, it's just full of newspaper. Okay.
Yeah.
And the newspaper just told me the wheelbarrow's uncomfortable.
Yeah. Good times.
Yeah.
Yeah, everything's so commercial now, though. That's the thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's like Christmas. You know, you used to break up. The shops would shut, you know, the day before Christmas Eve. And nothing would open until the 3rd of January, January sales.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean,
so
your local like newsagent might be open on Christmas Day.
Yeah, you'd have your 7-day TV listing in the paper or your TV Times or whatever.
Yeah.
And your local shop would open for a couple of hours in case you'd run out of fags, tobacco and that sort of thing. But and that was it. And everything shut down and you then spent your entire time looking forward to the January sale, especially if you got money at Christmas. Where you could go down the toy shop and spend it. You know?
That's true. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't have had a concept of January sales. I just got the money and spent it.
Yeah, you know, and it was all the sales will be on soon. You'll be able to go into the local town and, you know, get whatever you want. And that's what you looked forward to, you know.
Yeah. You know, I have weird memories, right, of things like, of my childhood. Like, for me, I don't know what it was, but when I was a kid, like, I used to draw all the time on bits of paper and stuff.
Yeah.
But for some reason, I used to have a fascination with fountain pens. Or maybe not fountain, but cartridge pens.
Yeah, the old school ones with the spike on the side.
Yeah, and it'd be like, you know, I'd be like doodling away, drawing and with felt tips, whatever. But if suddenly I got my hands on a fountain pen or a cartridge pen, and I used to love, I don't know what it was, but like just the smell of or the experience of like a pen set.
Yeah, Quink. Do you remember that? The ink you used to get.
Quink.
Yeah.
I don't know why those kind of things. I'd love to like go into my local newsagents and then I'd be looking at the pens. I don't know. I'd be fascinated by it. I'd be like, ooh, the pens.
I used to like trying to practice calligraphy.
Oh yeah.
You know, the old English fonts and things like that. I used to love that sort of thing.
Funny thing, when I was at secondary school, like my handwriting is terrible, but if I wrote with a fountain pen or a cartridge pen, it would have been a cartridge pen, not a fountain pen.
Yeah.
If I wrote with a cartridge pen, my handwriting was a lot better.
Yeah.
And if I wrote in pencil, my handwriting was really neat. I don't know why pencil, but it was cartridge
pen.
You
had to write a lot slower, didn't you, with a cartridge pen than a biro?
Yeah.
You would take more time forming the letters, wouldn't you? Because it was art.
I just have memories of like going to the local newsagent as a kid. You know, this is like I was like 9 or 10. Saving up my money, going to the newsagents to buy like what would have been a cheap, crappy cartridge pen and a pack of cartridges. Come home and then put the cartridge in the pen and then start drawing with it. Oh, to me it was I don't know why. To me it was an adventure.
Yeah.
Cartridge pens are so much better than biros. I don't know why. Memories of cartridge pens being exotic.
Oh yeah, you'd get the proper mathematics-y type set with the protractor and all of that lot in it. But it would have the old style fountain pen with the interchangeable nibs and the little lever on the side and the little squishy bladder. And it's, oh, mate.
I mean, thankfully, not thankfully, but I think when I was sort of 7 or 8, they were not quite as common.
No, they was on their way out, weren't they?
Yeah, I mean, they're still around, but like kids at secondary school, you know, when I went to secondary school, they still had inkwell holes in the desks, but we didn't have inkwells.
Yeah, the inkwells have been taken out. Yeah.
Yeah.
The only time we had the inkwells was when we was doing Latin.
Yeah.
Learning Latin and writing Latin, you had to use your fountain pens to do that. Yeah. It was a very old school way that we was taught with that.
Never learned Latin.
Yeah, and it was quite a thing where you're writing Latin, therefore you use a fountain pen. You've got to put the effort in, and I remember that. But again,
can you remember any of your Latin?
No, we did it for the first 2 years of school, and that was it. It got shelved everywhere. It stayed in private schools, if I remember rightly. But yeah,
we still did it in ours. I mean, ours was a grammar school, but it was it was a state-funded grammar school. But
that's why I went to a grammar school.
Yeah, we still did it in ours, but only in the top set, not the bottom.
We did
in
it.
The bottom set.
First 2 years, and then it was where you don't have to do it now. You can choose another lesson. I think I chose German for some reason. I did nothing to remotely learn the language whatsoever.
I never would have guessed that from your readings on Mondays.
But it got me out of doing Latin. I don't know why I didn't like Latin, but
because it's kind of, unless you want to become a biologist, not really much point. Although, if you want to learn other European languages, it is quite useful to know the basic Latin, because a lot of European languages are romantic languages from the Latin, whereas ours isn't.
This is it.
Jeff says, I use fountain pens. They're fun to tinker around with. Yeah. A few years ago, says Rabbit, in the before times, I was out shopping and these two ladies who were obviously visiting from the UK having said a loud fight about which shortbread was the best. And Jeff asks if he ever hung around to find out which was the best.
Yeah.
Anything with tartan on the box or the tin is obviously good shortbread.
Well, you used to be able to get calligraphy sets, didn't you? I don't know whether that's still a thing.
Yeah, I used to get calligraphy sets.
Yeah, with all the different shaped pen nibs and all of that. And
I remember always being really excited when, like, at secondary school, I can't remember why, but you got exercise books for each lesson. Just little floppy covered books. But occasionally you get this hardback exercise book, like A4 size, like blue with the dark blue tape down the spine, or black, the cotton tape binding it. And for some reason, I always got excited by them books. I've got loads of them left somewhere.
Yeah.
I've still got some of those books, and they're like, it's a hardback exercise book. Oh. Rabbit says he's what we refer to in Latin as a Dorcas Malorcus. I even have, get this, a fountain pen with a retractable nib. It's an excellent writer too.
Oh, nice one.
The best fountain pens in the world are actually Japanese craftsman handmade. If you want to have a relaxing watch, there's a few videos on YouTube about these like 100,000-year-old guys who are like 1 million years old, and they're making fountain pens by hand, and they've got things like they've got enameling on the barrels, these beautiful artwork and designs with like storks and birds and leaves.
Skill level Japan, mate, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's all built into the enameled into the. It's like, yes. My missile is kind of looking like a sort of something you'd see in a jousting tournament.
I don't want to know about your missile. I'm really worried now.
It's looking like a cross between a 1930s Buck Rogers serial and episode and something at a jousting tournament.
I'm really worried now because you're talking about your missile and I've got no.
My missile. It's always very impressive, my missile.
Try to unthink about what you just said.
You can never unthink about it. You can't handle the truth.
I like peas.
I like peas. Peas.
I like peas. Peas are my friends. I had a friend once. Didn't last long.
Well, I had a friend once, but I had to.
Right, let's clean those bad boys, even though. So why not? Which ones did I use? That one. Dish.
I should do another coat of red on that bomb then while we've just got a few minutes. There's no point sitting here twiddling my thumbs.
That's it. I'll just do my end of session brush cleanse.
Just cleaning your end?
Yeah, brush cleanse.
I need to do that and not leave it a week to clean my brushes, but...
No, when I pack up for the night, everything gets its master's brush cleanse.
Tell you what then, before we finish tonight, let me get this painted and then let me clean my brushes, because I will just leave them for a week. I always forget. I'm rubbish at that. Sure, it could take an extra 10 minutes to...
I find it therapeutic. It's like airbrushes, you know, when I use them, they get field stripped at the end of every day. That's an habit that goes from when I did bikes.
Oh, yeah, because you have to clean your spray guns out.
At the end of the day, all my spray guns would get field stripped and needles out and all the components, and then you put them in the autoclave, and
I mean, you have to with that because a proper, full-on DeVilbiss spray gun is like 700 quid. So,
yeah, some of them were, well over £1,000 back then, And I've kind of taken that mentality with my airbrushes. I mean, I sit and field strip pistol grips, these bad boys. And I sit there and I dismantle all the trigger mechanism and everything inside because it's just force of habit. At the end of every day, if I've had the airbrushes out, they literally get stripped right down.
See, I've never, with my TRN1, my trigger brush, I've taken the actual barrel out from inside, the whole, not the trigger mechanism, but the bit that's behind it.
Yeah.
Because you just unscrew that. But anything beyond that, I've never taken the trigger mechanism apart because I wouldn't know what the hell I was doing and I'd break it.
What I'll do one day, mate, in an off-air hangout, I'll sit and go through it with you. We'll sit and field strip them.
I fear for the day one of the seals goes in one of the brushes because I've no idea what to do.
It's a straightforward job, mate. If it comes to it, I'll just bung it in a jiffy bag and I'll change them out for you. It's not a problem.
I mean, I wouldn't even know if the seals had gone. I wouldn't know what. It's the weird thing because I've never had it happen, so I don't. I
would find it strange not field stripping it because how do I know it's clean? I don't.
Well, no, I do field strip it. I take the nozzle out and the needle and everything else.
Oh no, I take the Teflon seals out and everything, mate.
No, I don't do that. But I don't take the trigger mechanism out, so God knows what state that's in. Probably in a terrible state. Right, I'm going to go for a great big wee, and I'll get some fresh water for my brush cleaning activities. Mate. And then, if you don't mind, I'll clean my brush for 5 minutes, and then.
Of course, I don't bloody mind. Do it like.
Let me go for a great big wee as well.
Co-host, mate. You can scratch your nuts for all I care, mate. You can do what you like.
I mean, I took my trousers off, but hey.
Yeah, I can't unsee that image.
I just changed into my shorts. Right, I'll go and go for a wee.
Go and do your thing then. Yeah, no worries. Retro says I was carried in a selection of 8 or 10 coloured gel pens as I frequently drew dioramas and such. Yeah, I used to lose myself with drawing and things like that, just to, keep one's brain occupied back then. I used to be quite at home with a nice set of artist's pencils. I'd sit at the side of the river with some water paints and paint, what I saw in front of me, it was... Yeah, I used to love all of that. My brother was football, fishing and all of that, whereas I'd be just as happy sitting there with a set of artist's pencils sketching something and old Gothic buildings I used to like doing and, obviously Westminster, Tower Bridge, Tower of London, that sort of stuff, because you saw it on a regular basis. You would sit out there with a set of pencils and an easel and sketch away, so... I love all of that. I'll put my lid back on my paint cleansing stuff or cleanliness. Ready for the next evening's painting. But yeah, these old pistol grip airbrushes, I love field stripping them. I'll go through it with Fox and teach him how to do it. He will sit there and cringe when he sees how much crud comes out of it when he first does it. I think we can safely say that I've used enough of that paper on that wet palette, so we'll get rid of that for the day. And that is going to get soaked in my dishwasher cleanliness thing. I'll leave that on the bench. That'll get soaked and cleaned out because, yeah, that's as scuzzy as arse. That really is actually saying that. Might do it. Have a looky loo. That might be a good done out.
I have returned.
There you go. He is returned.
Claire, returned from the wars.
It is I, Claire.
And the brush is cleaned.
Yeah. Yeah, cleaning with the brushes, cleaning with the brushes.
With my brushes. I don't think I'll put a picture up this week of what I've done so far because I haven't finished that missile yet and it looks a bit rum. So.
Ah, see, now the biting makes sense.
I think we'll another what?
No. I was just answering your question, mate, when you said about not wanting to put a picture up.
Yeah, well, I think I'd rather put it up when it's finished.
Yeah. On some weeks, you sit there and you think, well, there's not really a massive noticeable change from last week. So
yeah, and sometimes you put a picture up, and if it's something that's half done, you know somebody's going to be like, well, that's not very good. It's half done.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You have to explain that.
Yeah.
But I'm like, I'll just fix it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you haven't weathered that. Yeah. What part of work in progress do you not understand? Yeah.
Yes.
Really? That's the worst part with this sort of build, because you're doing it over such an extended period of time. Most people, when you put a post up, they go, oh, you've not put no washes on it, or you've not done this. It's like, yeah, this is a work in progress.
Yeah, this is going to take a long time to finish.
You know, it's part of it.
Don't overthink it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I just think, it's not worth it. It's not worth putting it up just to sit there and have that to deal with, so I just don't bother.
Yeah, and sometimes things just look a bit crap when they're only halfway done, and you're like, yeah, I don't really want my name on that. And sometimes things just look a bit crap when they're finished, and then you're like, yeah, I really don't want people to see that.
Oh, I don't necessarily mind that, because it's like, well, we all make mistakes, we all learn from them, we all correct our painting errors and things, and it's part of it, isn't it? You know, but
True.
And it lets people see that we're just as fallible as they are. But
well, there are those who perhaps don't correct their painting errors, but we don't do that kind of digging on these shows.
No, I'm not into that sort of thing.
No.
I've never understood the whole rivet countery nitpicky thing.
No.
I don't get it.
Small people with small minds.
Yeah, it's no one is better than anyone else. We're all learning. That's how I see it. I often get asked, what's my best build? And I always say, my next one.
Mm-hmm. What's your best build? The last one.
Yeah.
The last one I ever do, that'll be my best build.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just like, you know, trying to sell myself as an oracle of expertise on anything.
Oracle? I'm more of a CFAX. See what I did there?
I did. I am.
You make so many jokes that people outside the UK will never get.
I'm so proud of you. I got what you meant there. And yeah.
One has one's moments. Yeah, there's so many things that we go on about that non-UK people will just like, I have no idea what they're talking about.
Yeah, what are them two pillocks on about? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Let that soak.
Roger, soaking now.
It's a bit scuzzy, isn't it?
You're a bit scuzzy. Kashit finds the cleaning of the brushes quite relaxing.
I've spoken to Skyrim during the night.
You should be.
Yeah, sorting it all out and getting everything ready. And I was
honestly,
like,
you spent so long dawdling and sorting out these. I think you're just trying to put off the inevitable. I think you're just trying to stalling. I think you're stalling for time.
I have had real life, as you know.
Yeah, I know. Still.
Well, good things come to those that wait.
Yeah. Tell that to the lottery. They keep sending me goddamn emails saying I've won a scratch card.
Yeah.
A lucky dip, whatever it is. It's like, again.
Yeah. Yeah, but it pays for the ticket.
Congratulations, your lucky dip that won a lucky dip that won a lucky dip has now won a lucky dip. Well done.
I think last week's paid for itself. It's like, H does the, what's his name one? The postcode lottery. She does that one.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm like, I don't want Jason Donovan knocking on my door.
No.
She said, that would be so funny, your reaction. I went, it'd be good, wouldn't it? Because you know what I mean? Oh, bloody hell do you want?
Somehow I think that doesn't actually happen in real life.
Yeah. Come and smile for the camera. No.
I saw some advert the other day and it made me feel really, it was quite sad really, but it was like some little charity. They were like, I don't know, the Kitten Protection League. You know, you get these on ITV3 on the old people's channels, you get these adverts for little charities you never heard of.
Yeah.
And bless them, you got to give them points for trying. They were trying to do some little lottery type thing, mostly to raise funds for themselves. It was like some little charity you've never heard of. And they were like, we have a prize of over £2,000.
Yeah, it's like, oh,
And I'm like, and it's a national advert. I'm thinking it's costing more than that just to get this advert
yeah,
on.
yeah.
Like the National Cow Protection League, isn't it?
Yeah, you could win. Yeah, it's like, oh, bless.
You can win up to £500. Do our lottery. It's like, you are so adorable, but sad at the same time. Jeff is off. He says it's off to bed for me, friends.
Yeah, no worries, Jeff. Literally, mate, we're coming off air imminently anyway, mate.
Take
So
care, buddy.
we'll do our rappy-uppy bitty and all of that lot shortly. And yeah.
Rabbit says, one of my classmates during my electronics engineering schooling only ever wrote his notes with the fountain pen. He also had the tiniest writing I've ever seen.
Really?
And it also says, I always carried a selection of 8 or 10 coloured gel pens as I frequently drew diagrams and such. I love that phrase. What do you do? I frequently draw diagrams and such.
Yeah, absolutely. That's mint, isn't it?
Why do you want to divorce this man? Because every time we got passionate, he would frequently draw diagrams and such.
I think we've excelled ourselves again, though, didn't you, with these things?
Yeah.
It's...
Rabbit also says he has approximate knowledge of many things. I know at least 3 things about most things.
I know nothing about anything and anything about nothing, mate, and I'm happy with it.
You've got to set out your stall, haven't you, and then leave it at that.
I could see me breaking out the AK weathering pencils at some point for this as well.
Weathering pencils.
As well as pretty much any and every pigment that I've got.
You know, with this missile, I think you should do that, by the way. I think with me, when it comes to weathering, I think I'll just stick to some simple enamel streaking and stuff. I'm not going to go too heavy.
Yeah,
with
no,
weathering
I've got streaking, grimes and all of that lot there. But yeah, there might be a couple of little bits that I do with them.
Yeah.
Nothing major, but...
I think I've kind of built a lot of the weathering into the rust layers anyway, so
yeah.
I think really for me it's a bit of streaking and that's about it, really.
I'm just happy that I got a grot tank firing out of his belly.
Yeah. Did you see that video I sent you a link to?
No.
Oh,
Have I got to scroll up again?
Oh, do you know?
Oh, really? You've sent me... Have I got to scroll up again?
Oh, this was like about a week ago.
Oh, mate, I've got to wear the skin off me thumb now.
Well, I think I sent you like 2 messages that day, so you've obviously read. I think you responded to the message after it, and then
yeah, I'll have a look then, mate. Yeah, I will endeavour to investigate it just to make you happy.
It was just somebody building a stomper, and they kind of did the same thing of having something coming out of the belly of the stomper.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, that sounds familiar.
Yeah. Have I started a trend, or have they started the trend? Yeah.
No, it was a recent video, so they've obviously built it from you.
Yeah, I don't mind. Flattery's the first, copying's the finest form of flattery, mate.
Yeah.
It's grot tank coming out of its belly, there's another 3 of them to make yet.
No, giving me money is the finest form of flattery, really, but...
Yeah.
Or food.
It's just...
I'm tempted with this missile.
Yes.
I think what I might have to do with these missiles, I may have to do a bit of actual proper Games Workshop painting where you do the shade and then you go back and you relayer all the layers, so you just have the shade in the recess. I may have to do. I don't want to, but
deep down you do, though, don't you? You're enjoying that.
Well, they can't look scruffy and dirty, so
yeah, you're enjoying that missile, aren't you?
It's intriguing. I'll zoom in a bit and you can have a look.
Yeah, I'll bung you full screen if you want. Do you want to go full screen, dear?
It's up to you. Your telly box.
There you go. You're full screen, dear.
I've got no. Oh, look at that! It's doing that thing where that's the zoom you get. Sometimes it gives you and sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah.
Sometimes this camera just goes that far and that's it.
Yeah.
Son of a bitch. So anyway, there you go. So I've got it. I don't know if it's in focus. Let me see if it's in focus. I hate when it decides that zoom is suddenly not a thing it does anymore. Oh, let's get closer.
It's getting there. There you go.
So you got this really awkward blue checker pattern that doesn't really make any sense because all the checkers are different colours and shapes and sizes, with the mysterious red stripe underneath that hides all the sins.
Yeah, I'm impressed.
It sells a bit of yellow spiky bits on the front, and I've got that brass scorpion thing, and I'll give it another thin diluted coat of Agrex Earthshade, I think. And then I'll just go back and I'll relayer the colours, like the reds and the yellows.
Happy days.
And the silver to tidy them up. So it'll look It won't look brand new, but it'll look cleaner than the rest of the.
Well, that's the thing. It's missile, isn't it? At the end of the day.
Yeah, so it'll look like a proper Games Workshop painted rather than just painted pristine. And the other ones, the problem I've got now is, of course, that the other ones are going to look very simple compared to that, because the other ones are, of course, not going to have checkers on them because I can't get them to paint them like that. So,
nah, it's looking mint, mate. You should be proud of that.
The other ones get what they're given, and that's what they like.
Yeah. Well, I've literally faded down the checkers on the front.
Looks good.
Done a bit with the smoke. Attach that now to the thing just to give it its smoky billowiness. Faded the checkers down on the side. Painted checkers on the nose.
Yeah.
Checkered the missile.
Checker your missile.
See what I did there?
Yeah.
Faded the checkers a bit on the back of the chimney stack. Done some on the pauldron on the back end.
Yeah.
What else have I done? Oh,
You just dive in with the checkers and go, blah, there you go, checkers, it's great. I wish I could just be that carefree.
Oh, and did the, what's his name, hazard stripes as well on the chainsaw.
Yeah.
There. So, yeah. So that's all I've done tonight, really.
All you've done. You've done like
not an awful lot.
You've done all that checkers. I've literally painted some checkers on one missile, and that's it.
Yeah,
all these other things.
I still think the one I'm proud of the most is that one up in there.
Yeah, smart ass.
That little tip one. It's like,
Can you not go for a spiral on the other one?
Which one's that?
On the pin sticking out the front on the other one.
Well, that one. You want a spiral on there, do you?
That needs a spiral on the pin, I think.
Yeah, all right.
Well, full checkers on that little pin.
Yeah, I'll do that. Do that next week for you.
On the little pin.
Yeah, you watch next week. I won't be able to pick up a bloody paintbrush.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with it now, mate. It's getting there. It's a bit mad, isn't it?
Oh, God, yeah. I did do a little bit on my missiles. I forgot to show you, but all I've done is literally base those two in silver.
Oh, 2 seconds, just bang your full screen, geese. There you go.
I'm going full screen because it's not that much to show. Those two are now lead belcher based.
Nice.
That and the back end of that are in Corvus black.
Yeah.
And I've got the front bit. I've got to do a few more coats of red on the front, and I'll do some face on that in yellow or something.
Yeah, we've got to do sharp mouse on that, haven't we?
Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing with these two yet, though. I really don't know.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm so tempted to leave them just silver, but that's rubbish.
Why not?
Yeah. The one thing about that video link I sent you, by the way, when he was doing this stomper.
Yeah.
His entire paint scheme was he does a slap chop.
Yeah.
A bit like yours as well, which is also weird. But then everything else that isn't yellow is just silver.
Yeah.
Like, really? So everything's silver? That's not free.
Yeah, I think I got carried away with, I've just bought a load of contrast paints and I want to use each colour on the stomper.
I see no problem with that. Oh, excuse me. I see no problem with that.
Yeah, you know, it was one of those. It's cobbled together out of a pile of scrap. Therefore, it's going to have different colours and, sod it.
Exactly. I see no problem with that.
That's what I went for.
Yours is just insanity.
Yeah, I just like the grot tank coming out of its belly. I've got to paint the smoke on that and do all the shading and everything. But yeah,
I can't help thinking that the decision-making process to have that grot tank coming out was not anything to do with the idea of the grot tank coming out. You just wanted to make the grot tank.
Is the correct answer.
He's like, I want to make that grot tank. Let's see how I can incorporate it into whatever I'm doing at the time.
Yeah,
brilliant.
Yeah, I need to build a grot tank. I've got this undesirable urge of building it. How can I now add it to my stomper?
I wouldn't say it's an undesirable urge.
Yeah, it's uncontrollable urge even. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
healthy, perhaps.
But it's
look how tiny that grot tank is compared to the Lehman Russ.
Oh no. Yeah, Lehman Russ. Lehman Russ. Get your Lehman Russes here for £8 a pound.
Free for paint.
Yeah, all ready for Sunday.
Oh, yeah.
Are you streaming later on today, geese?
Hopefully, all being well, unless something crops up and stops me streaming. I shall be streaming some Cyberpunk at 5 o'clock. hopefully.
No problemo. So we'll love and leave you there, folks, and bid you farewell. Thanks for joining us for our short Friday Frolic show. We do overrun a bit, so apologies for that, but thanks for keeping me and Fox company. Yeah, it's massively appreciated. Thanks for all the super chats and the support. It really does mean a lot. Fox will see you later on today on his channel for his gaming stream. I'll
Keep
be
an eye on my
back.
Twitter and Facebooks and stuff. I'll let you know if it's going ahead or not. If it's not going ahead, I'll let you know.
I'll be back Sunday, Sunday brunch this week with me and Dave. So it's the gallery show this week, folks. So get your work in, and we'll be pimping that on the Sunday brunch show. And then I'll be back with Fox for Warhammer Sunday Educating Festa, doing the Lehman Russ peeps.
Lehman Russ.
Get yourself some of that. So
a little bit of Lehman Russ.
We'll catch up with you on the next one, and we'll see you on later.
Yep.
Bye.
Take care, kiddos. Adios, amoebas.